Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, April the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Just need a couple of yeses. Thank you, William. Okay, I know you said you could see the screen. Now you can hear me. Great. Well, again, we're back into this hardly anything happening. Now, a few more gap downs, but again, hardly anything happening. I mean, here are all the gap ups I've got. Not very many, a few more gap downs, and that's it. But nothing is filling the screen like it used to, or filling this window like it used to. But there are things happening, so let's take a look. Some of the things that are happening. Pixie, my goodness. Did you see Pixie at the end of the day yesterday? It looked like it was over. I mean, this was an AI alert right here. I think it was right around 260 or so. Got up to 360, pulled back. That looked like it was completely over. And then look what happened. This is 3:30 candle after hours, and bit of a continuation now for Pixie, PIXY. MOTS. MOTS. Is it still holding the gap? Yes, it's kind of holding the gap. FDA approval to market their product. So that was the news for MOTS. 43 million in the float, so it's not super low, not super high. But MOTS, so nice gap up, and it's holding as we speak. It is continuing to hold. This one, I was wondering about shorting it, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Morning, Aja. MVIS. My goodness, look at this one, guys. So this was the darling of the Wall Street bettors for a while. Of course, the last 3 days been really collapsing, and a further collapse today on earnings. Actually, it's an earnings play. So look at this. They've been down another 24% for MVIS, getting back to almost from whence it came. There it is at $10 when it started its big run. ARDX. ARDX is gapping down. An extended review of their drug mandated by the FDA. So that is causing a lot of pressure, downward pressure, of course, on ARDX. There's the 200-day moving average, about 50 cents below. Maybe that'll hold it. AZN, AstraZeneca. AstraZeneca is gapping up on earnings. AZN, AZ, AZ, we're a bilingual group here. Gapping up on earnings. Some more expensive ones. SWKS, gapping down on earnings. Down 7%. This is an earnings play, SWKS. There's the reaction after hours. That mauve area right here is the reaction after hours. That's when SWKS released earnings. Still holding that gap down. And another one, probably like the SWKS, is the CRUS. Yeah, same thing. Cirrus Logic, so gap down after hours yesterday, and holding that gap down. This is earnings play. Probably more importantly, look at this. It's gap down through the 200-day moving average. That is CRUS. Twitter. Another one gapping down this morning. Another one released earnings after hours yesterday. Big gap down. And it continued. Look at this, down 13%. Wow. So, man, I mean, this... I don't often trade Twitter, but look at the support areas down here around 44. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but man, oh man, what a drop. I mean, the next, let me just back the daily out. I want to see where the next actual low is. Yeah, I mean, it's in this area, but I mean, I don't know if that doesn't look, that's more or less a 45 degree on the daily chart. So I don't think any of these necessarily are going to prove to be support. So there's a 200-day moving average right down here, 51. So it's about $5 away from that 200-day moving average, and that's Twitter. It's a big gap down for Twitter. Of course, yes, Amazon. I don't know what I don't trade Amazon, but Amazon had, of course, blowout. Yeah, so it's up. It's only up 2.3%. As I was opening the room, VXRT was starting to move, and yeah, it's still kind of hanging in there. Again, yesterday's high was way up here at around 11. And if you're watching this one, TEDU, it was halted pre-market. They're going private. So that's why you see this basically flatlining action right here for TEDU. So don't get too excited about this one. And as I mentioned, the China fins under some, whoops, that's not the symbol, but let's take a look at Tiger as an example. The Chinese government putting more restrictions, I think, on these China financials. And so Tiger, T-I-G-R, things like Tencent. What is the symbol for Tencent? I thought it had I thought it traded on the U.S. exchange also. It wasn't just OTC. Is it TCT or something? TCT? I don't think, no, there's no way it is. TME, thank you. TME. So it really hasn't reacted that adversely. Ah, good, VJ. Glad to, yeah, I know it's a pain, isn't it? But if you think it's a pain, our company really thinks it's a pain about this NYSE stuff. But yeah, I did. I know it was TCEHY, but I also thought it was trading as another symbol. So thank you for that. So as I say, guys, not a heck of a lot of action pre-market. There was nothing I did pre-market. I didn't find a little buyout or short like I found the one yesterday. Not to say we won't find... oh, there's another one I forgot to mention. ISNS. Yeah, ISNS is gapped up. Gapped up after hours yesterday. Bunch of news, a dividend, a share buyback, and a company reorganization. So that is ISNS, and it's a low float. So this could be the one for today. You know, it's a very, very low float. A lot of volume already. This is going to easily, well, of course it's going to trade the float. There's only 4 million in the float. 2.6 million have traded already. So this will trade the float multiple times today. The next high is looking left. 610, 636. So, you know, it has some room, but that's a big gap up for ISNS. If you're asking me, I have no idea, Bob. All right, it is 9:13, so I will take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything popping out that might be interesting. All right, there are a few more upgrades and downgrades, so I'll get some of them in right now. Flowers, FLWS. I think that was an earnings play yesterday. I'm not 100% sure, but of course, Mother's Day and all. It has an upgrade this morning. I believe it is. Yes, Bob, I believe it is. You know, he's attended, we used to have something in San Diego every year, and I think he attended a couple of them. So I believe it is. The one, the only, Trade Ideas, yes. Give me a few more of these upgrades in here. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. I'm just looking anything from, I don't see anything on the upgrade side from Goldman. So further upgrade of GSX hasn't panned out yet. Of course, it's not meant to be necessarily, of course, happening in one day, but they've put, remember now, GSX, they've put a $60 price target on it. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. JMIA. I don't see a lot of room either way, really. I mean, it's you know, I mean, as a short, it might, like 27.57 might hold. I mean, it's $2, I get it, but yeah, I really don't have that strong an opinion either way. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average right here at 28.50. That's not that far away, less than $1, but a little over $1 away, so that might hold it. So I mean, you're right. It's sitting a little bit above the 200-day moving average. So it's about $1 above. Will that hold it? I don't know. Yeah, James, I can't post them in the YouTube room. It just doesn't, you know, that's why if you want to have a little more action with other traders, I'll give you the link to come into the, what I call the main trading room. YouTube does not lend itself well for my posting in the room, links and things like that. So if you want to head over to the other room, this is what you'll see. It's a little more, call it advanced, more traders in there. All right, Tilray is just sort of, you know, big bottoming tail here for Tilray, TLRY. I mean, this could be interesting, I suppose. I typically don't look at the banks, but BCS, Barclays, is an earnings play. It is down below $10. It's a huge float, 4.3 billion in the float. I'm always reluctant to go after these ones. However, I mean, it's below $10. So it may continue to drift down. There's really not a lot of support. Yeah, I just posted it underneath you, the Nomad Rides. Some of your pseudonyms are pretty creative. Yeah, I haven't read his book, Bob, so I'm going to say the answer is no. Well, you can keep asking questions. All right, let's take a little glance at Bitcoin, see what's happening with Bitcoin this morning. Anything? Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a pop for Bitcoin. Let's take a look at Mara, a couple of the stocks that we like to trade around Bitcoin. Nothing really happening. I just find them very difficult now, intraday trading. I mean, it was wonderful back in these days. Mara and Riot, wonderful. But it's almost like the EVs, guys. I mean, one day they're up, next day they're down. One day they're up, next day they're down. There's not a solid trend anymore. SPACs, the same thing. The NFTs. U.S. Steel, I don't know. U.S. Steel is an earnings play. It's down 3%, 3.7%. It is an earnings play. X. Let's see. It's about $1 away to the low right here in that daily candle. No, we don't track dark pools. No. We saw this one yesterday. It showed up on my option scanner. Excuse me, my option scanner TS, and it kind of rallied a little bit. This was an earnings play yesterday, and it got hit. Well, it got hit hard actually. Trying to recover a little bit. This is TS. Obviously, the next high looking left is 22.94. Kind of scrounging here, guys. Though. How about Pixie? So if you're asking me, when you say how about Pixie, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, of course, I'm never going to say, yeah, you should be buying this now or don't buy it now. The only thing I can say is that, it hit a high around 387 after hours yesterday. So it was still alive and kicking. I mentioned this when I opened the room, how it looked like it was over right here. It was a tremendous alert from the from the AI yesterday. And then it looked like it was over. And then it rallied into the close and into after hours. So I don't know. I have to wait and see how it opens. Yeah, NIO, you're right. I should have mentioned Elena. NIO is an earnings play. Somebody asked me about what I thought was going to happen. I always say I have no idea. I don't play earnings in the way in which I'll try to, kind of guess which way I think it's going to go ahead and take the trade. But anyway, there's NIO, so it is gapping down a little bit on earnings. There's the 200-day moving average right here. Will that hold it? 36. And you're right, LI and XPAV usually all trade the same way. Just sort of sympathy plays, not down as much. LI and XPAV, let's see what it is doing. So it's about down about the same amount as now. Now this one, I mean, you can see right here if it takes out 29, it's got a shot to get down to that 2660 level. So there's not as much support for this XPEV. So Jato, if I've pronounced your name right, are you talking about creating an alert on a chart? Oh yeah, no, you can put the alert anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. You just basically go to the chart and start moving your mouse. You can see the dotted line. And then wherever you want to put the price alert, just right click and then create, and you're done. Okay, now you could type the price in if you want. So you don't actually have to, if it's not, for instance, maybe it's not appearing on the chart for some reason, maybe it's out of the chart bounds. So if you want, you can just right click on a chart, create price alert, and type the price in that you want, and then say save. Oh, I see. No. Our price alerts don't work like that. Okay. But the thing is, I mean, if you know where the VWAP is, right? I mean, if you're talking in general, I mean, we do have a VWAP alert. Now, with a caveat, it usually requires a bit of volume also, but we do have a VWAP cross. So, I mean, if you look configure, and I'm going to type in VWAP, okay? So crossed above the VWAP, crossed below. But there is a caveat here, okay? Because it wants a little bit of volume, because a lot of times, you could get mixed signals. It could cross up, down, up, down, up, down very, very quickly. So it usually needs a little bit of volume. But you can try that one, crossed above VWAP or crossed below VWAP, if that's specifically what you're looking for every stock. But, I mean, if you were looking at a specific stock, well, you always know what the VWAP is. Maybe you don't know that. If you have a single stock window, you always can know what the VWAP is. So right now, for instance, for XPEV, the VWAP's 29.78. Hopefully you can see my screen. So you could literally then just create a price alert at $29.78. Does all that make sense? Okay, well then all you have to do, if you're looking at a specific stock, I suggest that you have the, you can add the VWAP as a column, so you'll always know what the VWAP is because it doesn't change all day. So you can add it as a column, so you'll always know what the VWAP is. So right now, for instance, if you want the VWAP when it hits the VWAP, so there it is, 956. So all I have to do, I don't have to, I just have to do this, create price alert, 956. And if I want, I can put a note. I don't have to put a note, but I can just say VWAP cross, something like that. Okay, and now I'm done. So there's the blue line right on the chart, but now you don't have to stare at it. No. The VWAP is a consistent number all day long. All right, guys, it's almost time. I'm going to minimize these windows here. Get set for the open. And again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, and my watch list repeating version, if you click on, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar. And there I am, Barry's watch list, okay? Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, okay? These are all themed layouts. So make sure before you do click on any one of these, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud if you have a layout of your own up and running. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout would be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. If I can pay attention, Lily, yeah. I like the ones under $20. So if I see one under 20, yesterday I missed the Pixie. If I could pay solid attention to anything all day long, as opposed to moderating, I would absolutely, for me personally, I would be concentrating on the ones under 20 for the AI. That's just me. All right, guys, we are getting ready for this open. MOTS, so William, you've taken this at 150. Interesting, okay. Okay, one moment, please. Yes, listen a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. End of April, last day of April. Well, I know how I look at it. I just treat the AI as a watch list, Lily. Look at Pixie yesterday. I explained, I did my little video on Pixie yesterday. I had the alert here. There was the alert. I'll just back this 15-minute chart out a little bit. Okay, so there was the alert, had all sorts of time. So as a watch list, all sorts of time to take a look at it. It was about almost an hour before it moved. Had another potential entry right here as it gapped up. So I use it, if I were, really being able to pay attention, I just use it as a watch list all day long. I don't worry too much about not getting in at the exact penny of the alerts. Okay, we are now open, everybody. And there's your there's your VXRT, just taking out the VWAP as an example. And you see how that price alert worked. If you minimize your price alert window, when you get an alert, it'll pop up on your screen. And nothing will show up in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Okay, let's take a quick look at the indices as we're open. So we're in for a gap down market so far. All the major indices, SPY's down, Dow's down, Tech is down, or NAS is down. So there's no divergence yet. And again, I typically, wow, we have, interesting. We have a very early option, and the reason, so it's only, we have an early option alert. And again, I should explain what I'm talking. I'm not talking about trading the options. This is just something that is trading abnormally in terms of options. So contracts. This is NLY, but it's also 1.3 billion in the float. So I'm hesitant. Though, I mean, it's got some room on the monthly chart. It does have some room. 976 is the next high looking left or so on the monthly chart. And I'm talking about NLY. Now guys, if you're wondering why this is showing up right now and it's not showing up for you, I actually changed, I got rid of the count. So if you're using this one, you don't have to, all right? But I did get rid of the count. So I think I had the count at 30 or something like that, which meant it had to make 30 new highs. All right, so like a lot of momentum. I got rid of it just to see what sort of alerts we'd get. So that's why if you're not seeing NLY, if you have this one from before, that's the reason. You don't have to do it. So, but if you did want to do it, all you have to do is right click, configure, and you would see the count here, and you could always just get rid of it. Again, you don't have to. All right, there's the Pixie. Now, I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. You see a lot of whippiness. I mean, look at these bottoming tails for Pixie. And now it's starting to move down. So I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, Lance, on that one, I don't know. You may want to, I'm going to give you our homepage. And you might want to ask that question. You'll see there's an area where you can ask Q&A, okay? Technically, I just don't know that the answer to that question, okay? All right, so Pixie is now above yesterday's high, and the next high challenge is 394. That's the high over here. This is back on the 24th of March. Okay, so TEDU, a little bit of a pop here, but don't get too excited about it. This is basically they're going private, so I don't know how much more this will actually move. OCGN, guys, okay. Wow, look at this one starting to move. OCGN. It's now gone mildly positive. It's just 4 cents above yesterday's close. And VXRT, so if you wanted to take that when it broke through the VWAP, then that was not bad. And you're right, it does change modestly, I suppose, okay, during the day. Maybe just pennies, though. The other thing, too, though, is that was the pre-market, okay? So this is probably more set. But you can also try using the actual alert of the cross of the VWAP. You can actually try to use the alert. Well, I'm sort of tempted to take this NLY. It's a huge float. It probably won't be that active, but it may just sort of surprise us and just move. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Okay, I'll take it. Almost looks like they released earnings. Right, okay, April 28th post-market. Okay, so it was earnings here. All right, I'll take a look at Twitter. What is Twitter doing? Is it bouncing or is it continuing down? Okay, so there was a bounce for Twitter. Look at the volume that came in. It's a big float, 750 million in the float. But there is a bounce now for Twitter. But it is still down 11%, 11.8%. All right, the usual suspects, CLOV, active one, Wall Street bets stock, CLOV, active, MVIS, maybe they're trying to pile into this, rescue it. Look at the volume that's coming in. It's such as it is an earnings play also. They did release earnings after hours yesterday. I'm seeing actually a lot of pops on these beaten down stocks. GSX, I have these stocks thumbnailed. So GSX, a pop. Oh, look at it, Smith & Wesson, SWBI. Boy, this has got some room underneath. Let's take a look at the daily chart. 1670, so it's got a little bit of room underneath here. If it can get down through 17, number one, then 1670 looks like a support area, so it's got a little bit of room. Definitely some weakness for SWBI to start off. Yeah, ISNS had a whole bunch of news this morning. Dividend, share buyback. company reorganization, ISNS, very low float. ISNS, 636 is the next high looking left. So, I mean, look, if this gets going, takes up that 636, with that float, it's already traded the float 2 times. My prediction is probably could be 5 or 6 or 7 times today. You're short ISNS? Okay, well, good luck. You know, I'm not in anything yet. MGNX, this is an earnings play also. Macrogenics is an earnings play, and it is starting to move down here. MGNX. Yikes. Casa's an earnings play. Not very much volume yet, but it'll pick up for sure. Casa. Boy, this is what an area. I mean, for it to try to hold right around this right around $8 to try to hold. If not, it's got room down to 7. And I'm not saying it's going to do that, but you're talking about NLH, okay? Oh, ISNS. I see. ISNS. Okay. You're guaranteed it's going to break. All right. Talking to some in our YouTube room. Well, down goes PBI. So this is an earnings play. Didn't really see a pre-market. Really no reaction. It's a released earnings pre-market. No reaction really. And now look at it. Market opens and down it goes. I think this was a Wall Street bet stock also for a while. 777 looks like the low. Looking left. That might hold it. Are you kidding me, Zach? Zach can't hear me, but this is definitely a Wall Street. Okay, wow. So this is a Wall Street bet stock. And, you know, look at the float, guys. 2.7 million in the float. This could be insane. I mean, look at the volume that came in on that news. But if you're going to take this one, please be careful. I mean, with that float, 2.7 million with a $20, you know, it's a very low float for that price of a stock. I mean, it'll be extremely whippy. Of course, everybody's looking at this candle over here when it hit. This is $127, but what you don't see is after hours one of those days, I think it was up around 150. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but all right, the first 15 almost in the book, so I'm going to wait to see what sort of alerts we get. Nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. All right, I see the Pixie is showing up in the options plays. It's at this level right here, 394, so it's right at this level here. If it takes that out, let's back this out on the weekly chart and see where it could go. I mean, it still has some room. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 469. Excuse me. It's funny. I've got a lot of thumbnail charts on one of my other monitors, and they're all gapping up. Even though the market really hasn't moved that much, just the things that I have thumbnailed, most of them are gapping up. All right, I have to put an alert. I'm going to put an alert right around 403 for Pixie, just in case it takes that out. Again, it's another very low float, 7.8 million in the float. So if you're going to trade this one, just be careful. I always say this, don't wander away from your computer if you get into anything with a low float. All right, so this now is a gap down and reverse for Tiger, T-I-G-R. I mentioned this in the pre-market. Some of these China financials are taking a hit. Chinese government kind of cracking down. That's what I read this morning. And so I think that's why this one took a hit, but it's starting to bounce. All right, there's the Pixie, guys. Briefly, look at this. Briefly through for $4 and then right back down. So still very, very whippy. So PBI and Cara, a couple of earnings plays, both moving down here. I'm sorry, Cara is not an earnings play. Excuse me, Cara is not an earnings play. PBI is, I'm sorry. So Cara is not an earnings play. This is just moving down on its own for whatever reason. Of course, it's basically a cannabis play. It got hammered 2 days ago. I'm sorry, yesterday. That's right. They missed the stage trial. Thank you. Even the trial as opposed to the trail. Yes. I do that all the time too, the dreamer. Juxtapose the A and the I. That's another tough word. Yeah, I think a lot of people were disappointed in Amazon. They thought they were going to do a big reverse split, or forward split, and it didn't happen. All right, guys, listen, I don't expect this to be terribly dynamic, but I did end up taking this NLY. I don't expect it again to be terribly dynamic, but with that float. So what am I in at? What did they fill me at? No, I actually got a fill at 910. Okay, so just checking now, 910. And why am I in this? It was from the options play. Okay, but again, I don't think it's going to be terribly dynamic, but we'll see. All right, so again, this is showing up on the options scanner, but I just have my doubts again about these ones that are down. I talked about this yesterday. Thinking about adding that in the option scanner. I want the stock to be up for the day, even if it's like 0.00001%, but just up for the day, as opposed to something that is gapped down and trying to recover. Well, guys, I have to mention it. This is one. I am in this one. Okay, I don't mention it too often, but look at GameStop. GME, this is my my long-term hold. So GME on the move here. I don't have a halt for SYSX. Maybe the volume is too low. Is it under 20,000? No, it isn't. Oh, it's a pink sheet stock. That's why. Okay. Well, this is Mr. Keith. This is a what is my stop? First of all, guys, like I'm in at 140, 135, 140. Okay, so this is just I'm rolling the dice on this one, as you know what in theory could happen. So I'm not in this today. I mean, I've been holding this for a while. Let's put it this way: if it went to zero, it won't kill me. How's that? I don't often, gamble on stocks, but this is just a gamble, and not a recommendation at all. Give me the last bit of my coffee in my mug. Yeah, exactly. You're on your own if you're going to trade GME, but I mean, again, I'm in a lot lower, so it doesn't really. I just it's you know what? For me, it's almost entertainment. That's what it is. All right, here is a gap down and go down further. So PACB. This is a gap down and go. However, looks like there's decent support, 27, just underneath 27. So that's actually far enough away. So where I'm finding these, again, this is gap down and go. And so what does it mean? So in this multi-strategy window, I have 4 alert windows. There's a gap up and go. That means the stock gapped up and it kept going higher. Gap down and reverse. That meant it gapped down like tiger, gap down and reversing up. Gap up and reverse. Hopefully this makes sense. It gapped up and then reversing. And then the gap down and go. It gapped down and it kept going down. So that's why I'm getting these alerts like this. One of the scans I am sharing. It does give you a lot of ideas, if that's what you're into, a lot of different ideas all day long. Yeah, so here's an example, a gap up and reverse for VNet. I've more than that, but yeah, I've obviously not gone crazy. Look at PBI, guys. PBI is continuing this move down. Will this 20-day low hold? 782. I mean, it's right there. Again, this is an earnings play, so all right, looking at the AI, no alerts yet from the AI. All right, let's take a quick look at PAC-B, guys, still moving down on the gap down and go. And PBI continues to move down on earnings. So let's just take a look at the spiders and see if there's any hot sector that's decent right now in terms of going long. Again, jets, so the airline ETF. Look at this. So it'll be interesting to take a look at American Airlines and Delta DAL and UAL United. I'm sure they're all moving higher. Metals and mining, funny because X is it? Yeah. So look what happened with X. It's an earnings play. It gapped down on earnings, and now it's moving higher. Obviously, a big component of XME. Oil, XOP, energy sector. So we have a few positive sectors, and we have a lot of negative sectors right now. Again, this is shared, one of the scans I am sharing. Always look at this spider sectors. If I'm going to get into a stock and I feel that it's not truly like an alpha stock, something that is trading on its own, not caring really what the rest of the market's doing or its sector is doing, if I want to get into a stock like that, which is not usual, I'll always check to see, okay, what is this sector doing? Boy, this is a miserable one to try to trade. These NFTs, DLN or DLPN. Well, PBI now broke down through that 20-day support area. Not that that's truly support, but that was a 20-day low, I believe. So, I mean, if it takes out 770, yeah, well, you know what? Just put your alert up here. I mean, put your alert for ISNS. I mean, it's, you're giving up a lot, but I mean, if it could ever later on, because of that float, if it ever later on gain some traction, I mean, it's really got no resistance for a long time. So that's all I would do with ISNS. Same with the Pixie. I mean, if it takes out 4 again, who knows? I mean, it's so hard to know with these low floats. Not shortable for me. Somebody mentioned PSFE. Now, I had that on my watch list yesterday. I think I might have taken it off, PSFE. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, this is an IPO back here, I guess. I think they had some news yesterday. All right, so you may want to keep an eye on flowers here. Had an upgrade this morning. Of course, I'll call this this is definitely a Mother's Day play. Flowers, FLWS. The highs over here. I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. It is a low float, 27 million. So it's a low float for a $30 stock. Yeah, all. All right, so, or flatten. I mean, if you just, I mean, you can just highlight them and then flatten. Okay, Demetrius? Yeah, that's pretty simple. I mean, just highlight them and flatten. I think all will do it also. I haven't tried that, but that's what it sounds like it should. Or limit will do it also. Limit out, I guess. I don't think all does that. But I mean, I don't know how many symbols you got, but just highlight them all and then you flatten it, and then you're out of everything. And I'm assuming you're talking about in the simulator. AUPH. AUPH, keep an eye on this. It's a pretty big float, but it's breaking through, maybe, well, it looks like it's breaking through a pretty important area here. Didn't see this in the pre-market. And even though it had gapped up, I don't know why I didn't see it, but it did gap up a little bit in the pre-market. And I'm just trying to see if it, I think, okay, so what's happened here? No, it isn't. I was sort of talking to myself, but the only news I see is they were going to release earnings on the 6th, which is what we have here. I don't see any other news for AUPH. I thought maybe they announced earlier, but nope. So this is a big run. I don't know if you missed anything. All I noticed was that Tilray was moving down in the pre-market. I don't know if it's, well, it's popped back up. I don't think so. Again, another sector that really, I find it very difficult to trade. I mean, you know, one day up, one day down, one day up, one day down. Look at the Pac B guys on that gap down and go down further. 29.46 was the alert, 29.21 right now. No alerts yet from the AI. AI went kind of crazy yesterday with the number of alerts. Yeah, Bitcoin. The Bitcoin plays are starting to move, but do you believe it? I mean, do you believe Mara's going to keep doing this? I mean, if Mara can take out the high of 2 days ago, which was what, 37.92? I mean, then it's got a shot. You know, it's got a shot. But Riot, probably the same kind of pattern. Yeah, the same sort of thing. So if Riot can take out the high of 2 days ago, which is 44.16, it's got a shot. Yeah, I mean, TDEU, China education stock, so they're being taken private, so that probably put a bit of shot in the arm of the other China education stocks. WAFU, you're mentioning that one. Sort of, but not really. Boy, Pac B guys, just great gap down and go. Pac B, a great gap down and go. Okay, so with this ARDX, so what happened with them? So, okay, so the review of their drug has been extended. No, you know, I guess obviously they were hoping FDA would either approve it or let them move on, but the review of whatever they're doing has been extended by the FDA, which is, not usually a good sign. Not necessarily horrible, but not a good sign on the day of anyway. So let's just see. I mean, if it can take out this high right there, 738, it may have a bit of a run in it. And that's the ARDX. So that's all I'm going to do with it. 3-month delay. So again, it's not an out-and-out rejection. It's just, you know what? We want more time to review. Again, no company likes to see that. They want acceptance. All right, BCS guys showing up on the gap down and go down further. So I've just taken a little bit of this. Well, not a little bit. I mean, I've taken some of this at 977. It's an earnings play. Obviously, it's weak. I'm going to have a tight rein on it. All right, so I'm still in the NLY. Watching paint dry on that one. So this is unusual for me, taking these high float or very high floats. I guess I might as well get these up here. Why didn't I take typing in high school or something? All right, there we go. Okay. I think this is another one though, right? The ADVM. Let's take a look at ADVM. Well, okay, it's trying to bounce. You too, Rob. Okay, Jason. I mean, I may have made a change. I can't remember anymore, but I'll give you this if you really want it. I mean, listen. You don't have to make changes. I mean, these are my templates that I use, but there it is if you do want this one. All right, so I do see we have a couple. Oh, I see why. Even ADVM, okay. I see a couple of AI alerts. Now that's, okay, that is interesting to me. The high looking left was, what, 446, so it has some room if it wants to try to get to that high. Okay, Pat, you must be on a very old version of Trade Ideas then, because that's a standard. There's nothing you have to do. So you must be on an old version of Trade Ideas. So what I would do is I'd go to our home page. Well, first of all, I'll put my homepage link in. What time is it? Yeah, getting almost close to my my TI spiel. Okay, so when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. And you see where it says download software? Click on the download software. I would use the beta. I would go all the way down to the beta. It's fine, okay? If you don't want to, you can always just use this version, the so-called production version. But, you know, I'd use the beta. And once you do that, the flag will appear. You must be in a very old version of the software because we're fairly old. Because it's been around for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months now. I don't have that it's moving. I don't have that. Oh, unless, how can it? It wasn't making new lows. I mean, I have it here. You know, it's a question I get a lot. Yeah, right at 9:30, but it's moving higher. I have moving higher, not lower. Unless it triggered at the same time lower. You know, DJ, this is not a book. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, in the old one, the old one. I see what you're saying. Okay, this is not a book, DJ, but it's a great little. I think it's a great little video series. So if you click on my homepage tab right there, you click on that, you'll be brought to my homepage. Oops. And then if you go to the you go to the education section right here. Click on the education section. I wonder if the link is broken. Let me just try that again. Hopefully this is okay. Okay, my scans are working. Education link. Okay, good. So if you scroll down, once you click on that section that says education, and back to basics. They're all quick little videos, and they start off right from the beginning. What is a stock? An intro to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance, etc. Okay? This is done by Michael Noss of Trade Ideas. Okay, so you can take a look at that. I think that'd be a great little primer. And other than that, I have no specific books to recommend. Oh, you don't have audio. Okay. So you can't hear me, but you were able to see what I was demonstrating. Okay. That's cool. Well, guys, Mara and Riot on the move here. Can it really break out, though? I mean, can Bitcoin hold? I don't even know what Bitcoin, what it's at right now. got to be over 50,000, right? 56K, okay. Boy, guys, PBI was the one. I mean, this is just a great gap down and moving down lower. Oh, this one here? Okay. I thought you meant the, okay. I haven't seen Mark for a while. This used to be a really active one. M-A-R-K. I haven't seen, look at this move here. To see if there's any specific reason. Specific reason. I don't see a specific reason. All right, NLY. It's yeah, Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. That's more of a psychological aspect of trading. It's good. I read that a few years ago. That's more the psychological aspect of trading, which is fine. All right, guys. Well, my alerts have really dried up now. Kara still on the way down. Kara still on the way down. All right, so this one, I kept this one from yesterday. This was in my watch list yesterday. Kept it. So it's just at yesterday's high. Oh, I'm sorry, way above yesterday's high, of course, MOTS. All right, guys. Well, it's almost 10:20, so I'm not seeing too much other action. So I'll start my spiel. All right, guys. So I'm going to put this link in the room. This is the test drive link. All right, so if you click on the test drive link, this is what it's all about. We have a test drive coming up May the 10th. So actually, next Friday, you'll have, if you sign up for it next Friday after the market closes, you'll have access to the program. I'm getting ahead of myself. $8.99 for 2 weeks, 10 trading days, up to 10 trading days. And I say up to because it runs from May the 10th to the 21st. So if you can only start, as an example, on the 11th, you're not going to get 10 days, you'll get 9 days. Okay, so it's not 10 days from when you start. So if you can take advantage and have it between the 10th and the 21st, you will get 10 trading days with Trade Ideas. Our full premium service, it'll cost you $8.99. Okay? If you're a standard subscriber right now, you can also do the test drive, and you can have access to our premium service. Okay? Once the test, and please listen carefully, once the test drive is over, it's over. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription or anything like that. You know, there'll be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription after it's over. But don't worry, we don't automatically put you into a subscription. That's a question we get a lot. So what you're doing now, if you sign up today, you're basically pre-registering. You'll get no data live data until the 10th, which is the Monday. But as I said before, maybe give it a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. That'll be May the 7th. And you'll have access to the program so you can play around with the program for the balance of Friday and, of course, Saturday and Sunday. If you do this, I really, really recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. All right, you take a look at the 20 lessons. That'll get you started. Because if you click on the 20 lessons, instead of starting, just from scratch on that Monday morning, you can play around with the program, like say on the weekend, and you can, what is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them. Intro to the cloud, price alerts, intro to the AI or Holly as we've nicknamed it. Okay, so there are a lot of information. They're not videos, they're just text-based. So I would do that to prepare. If you're going to take the test drive, prepare for it before, just don't go into it completely green. Okay, now I do want to talk a little bit about my homepage. A lot of information on my homepage. So in this room here, there's my homepage tab right there. So if you click on it, you'll see there is a link right there. You can save the link because there is a lot of information on my homepage. Just watching this NLY, guys. A lot of information on my homepage, including how to take a subscription right now. And there is a promo code you can use, Barry, for Alpha 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Let's see how much it costs. All right, we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the big one, $22.68 a year on an annual basis is, and less that 15% discount. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15% discount. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but the major reason why people want to take a look at our premium service is because they want to take a look at our AI. Okay, I'll go over that in a little bit. You do not have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, my recommendation, if you don't know this product very well, don't take an annual subscription, because after 5 days you don't get a refund. So start off with a monthly. All right, you can go monthly on a standard or premium. You can apply the discount, that 15% discount, to the first month only. All right, but if you do want to upgrade, we'll certainly allow that 15% discount. So if you wanted to upgrade from monthly to annual with one of these plans, we will apply the 15% discount. So start off monthly. Don't go into an annual. You'll have to know if you want the program. And again, that discount's only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you will pay going forward. More information on my homepage, the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video with a stock of the day. Big section right here, all the scans that I'm sharing, including the layout that you see, all right, the layout that you see, and a lot of other individual scans, including some of the ones that you can see on my shared layout. But a lot of you will have your own layout that you like. And so that's why I've created individual scans that you can take a look at. Okay, so again, that's why I'm saying save the link, because you might want to look at this later on. This is what I use in the pre-market: the gap up, gap down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, these are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. Big education section right there. Okay, now I've already put that link in for the 20 lessons. Okay, daily support session. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. We have a YouTube room also that I moderate at the same time. It's the same room. I mean, they see my screen, they can hear me, so you don't have to go to it while I'm talking. But I do take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders takes over. I believe it'll be Andy today, and you can always head over there between 12 and 1, and I'll put the link in before I do leave. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos, a lot of educational videos. Some people want to see a little more about the AI right here. And I love this, the back to basics. Okay, if you're new to trading, really new, literally, you don't even know what a stock is. So what is a stock? You can't get any more basic than that. And this is within Trade Ideas. Michael Noss created it. He works at Trade Ideas. Trading books that we created. Look at MESO, guys, MESO. Okay, so a lot of information here. My homepage. Yeah, the BTX, somebody mentioned the BTX. If you're going to trade that one, be awfully careful. Why? Actually, the float is higher than I thought, but 35 million is a really low float. It's awfully whippy. Yes, it got up to $54 a couple of days ago, but it is awfully scary, so just be really careful on it. All right, now, if you're new into this room and you're new to Trade Ideas, or you don't have Trade Ideas and wondering what it is, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. We scan the U.S. market. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can have Trade Ideas. Okay, that's what we do. We scan the market. This is an idea of a scan that I put together. I call it Basic New Highs and Lows. So if I right-click Configure, this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20, current volumes at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day, 400,000 shares, etc. Here are the filters that I'm using. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why these stocks are showing up. So that's an example of a scan. If you're new, you don't even have to know how to create it. You can take my layout, or I've already created these scans for you, so you can take a look at them. One of the things we did as a company is, instead of making people learn a programming language, we put together what we consider enough alerts. When you see icons that look like this, those are the alerts. Scroll down, here are the filters. So we feel we've put together enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our subscribers, you can combine them to create the type of scan you're looking for. So you do not have to know a programming language to use Trade Ideas. We also created a channel bar. If you click on New and then Channel Bar, we created a lot. These are all themed channels. You know, swing ideas. You're looking for weed watchers, looking for cannabis plays, you know, things like that, momentum. So these are all layouts here with scans within the layouts. Remember, every one of these is a layout. So if you have if you've already created a layout, make sure you do create your layout, or you make sure you, excuse me, save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced. So even if you don't, you know, you're starting out, you don't even have to know how to create these scans. You know, you can take them and take a look at them. The AI, part of our premium service, this is what it looks like, okay? This is all I would do. All I would do with the AI. I would click from the toolbar, I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You know, you don't have to get in right at the exact price, but there's, you know, you have an entry, you have a stop, and how you're going to manage these trades will be up to you. You know, we get a lot of questions about the AI and are there any videos on how to use it? Not really, because I mean, it can be used. I use it just as a watch list. I mean, I don't take every trade, obviously. If I can pay a little more attention to it, I mean, I wish I didn't hear the AUPH. The AUPH though looks really interesting. You know, there's a 200-day. That's far enough away. Meanwhile, look at Mesoblast. Holy smokes. What is happening with Mesoblast? So they did have some news. I didn't really, you know why I didn't see it? Because by the time I was doing my scanning, by the time I would have seen it, it was down here. And so it hadn't gapped up that much. But there is news. Trading higher after the company announced cuts mortality with whatever drug they've got. So that is the news from Meso. It's not a low float either, 101 million in the float. So this is not a low float situation. Meanwhile, OCGN, wow, what a move, OCGN. So we're getting some movement now. Okay, now I want to talk about this window that you see here that we call Brokerage Plus. And please listen carefully. This is, I can get, for whatever reason, it seems to confuse people. I'm going to put this link in. And maybe it's the way I always explain it. So I'll take the blame if it is confusing to you. This window you see here that we call Brokerage Plus, first of all, it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. Okay, if you're using our web-based version, not available. It's an option for you to use. It's a feature. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade, okay? Remember what I said. Trade is a scanner. You can use any brokerage platform in the world with trade ideas, okay? But if you do want to trade from within Trade Ideas using this Brokerage Plus window, you would have to have either an Interact or Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Now, if you do have an E-Trade account and you do want to use this window to trade, you have to be on our latest beta. So if you click on my homepage, the homepage tab right here, okay, you'll be brought to my homepage. Scroll up where it says download software and scroll down until you see the beta. So if you have an E-Trade account and you want to use this window to trade, then you have to be on the beta. But again, listen to me. You don't have to, even if you have an IB account or an E-Trade account, you don't have to use this window to trade. It's a feature, it's an option if you want to use it. Now, if you decide you do want to use it, look at OCGN. Wow. So there's the high of 4 days ago, getting closer and closer. So again, if you want to use this window, then watch that video. You'll see it's a two-part. The video is two parts. The first video shows you how you can connect to your Interactive Brokers account or to your E-Trade account, okay? The second video goes over things like this. So you notice that I click on an alert and the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at, etc. If I want to short it, I sell. If I want to go long, I buy. But you can also set up things like this. Notice when I hover over this trades, this box pops up. This is what we call one-click trading. So if you're into one-click trading, you have to set up a strategy. And again, that video explains how. And then you click on how you want to trade, and you're in the trade. You can have a stop loss, you can have a target, all those things. It's up to you to set up the strategy. Again, not mandatory to do, but if you do want to do it, it's there for you. Question is also, well, if I don't have the AI, or if I don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, how am I going to trade the AI? Oh, guys, this is the one I'm really kind of interested in. This is this Howl IPO. I'm only interested in because of the name. Okay, and it's going to attract some attention. So it just opened. The Howl IPO just opened. Okay, by the way, guys, I turf my NLY. I just don't like I just don't like the way it's trading. So I took a little loss on the NLY, a 3-cent loss. So I still have the BCS. I mean, it's not a, let's see if I can get into the 60s or something. So what I do with an IPO the day of is I wait a couple of hours. I put a price alert for the 2-hour high and see if later on it takes it out. That's the only way I trade IPOs the day of. All right, now another huge use for this. This meaning Brokerage Plus simulator. Okay, you new to trading? Don't trade your real money until you've practiced. We've got a great simulator here. Doesn't matter what broker you have, it's using our real-time data. Our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data, so it's all live, and you can practice trading. Very simple to do. You click on an alert, notice the symbol shows up. You pick the price you want to get in at. Click buy if you're going long, sell if you want to short the stock. See if I can find one. I always like to demonstrate how you can use it or do it using a pullback. All right, let's just say you wanted to take ADVM, all right? But you didn't want to take it right now. You wanted to see if it pulled back to $4, maybe you'd take it. So you'd pick how many shares you want to trade. I'll go 300. I'm going to put $4 in both boxes. Okay, I'm going to click the buy button. And I'm probably not in the, okay, this is now. Now click the buy button. Sorry about that. So there's the buy button. Okay, it just shows up right down here. So if, and only if, ADVM moves back down to $4, it'll take the trade. Okay, so that's, call that a conditional buy on a pullback. Okay, that's how you can do something. I'm going to leave it in there. Now, if I didn't want to keep in that trade, if I didn't want to do it, maybe I'm not liking the way the market is trading, I don't like whatever is going on, I can always cancel the order, right click, cancel order. So all this is explained in that video, okay, that video link, the B plus video link. All right, now the other major topic here is the idea of when you get into a stock, guess what? You get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. So when are you going to get out? When are you going to get out of a trade if it's not working? So we always really emphasize the point of having a stop, a price that you're going to get out of that stock if it's not working. And then you just move on. So that's where, only experience, that's why I'm saying, only experience, you have to practice trading for a while. And that while, I have no idea how long you it's going to take. But let's just say I wanted to get into this, I wouldn't do it because there's a 200-day moving average right there. But let's just say I wanted to take this LAUR. So the whole idea now is I have to have a stop. So where am I going to get out if it's not working? Now that is where the experience is going to come in, because your question should be right now, if you're new to trading, well, how am I going to know where to put a stop? And the idea of a stop is not saying, well, every trade I get into, I'm going to, if it goes down 10 cents, I'm out, or 20 cents, I'm out. It should be based on something. I like to base it on where I think there could be chart support, and maybe a certain time frame. So if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Okay, so I'm just going to take this trade because I want to demonstrate. So what's the spread like? 47. I'm going to take 500 shares, and you're going to see why. I'm going to buy 500 shares. Okay, so it just took the trade at 1346. I'm going to put my stop in at 1326. I'm doing this to make the math easy. It wouldn't have been the worst area for a legitimate stop, okay? But why did I do this in terms of a 20-cent stop? You notice 1346, 1326. So two aspects of this. You have to have it. So if you start getting used to the concept of placing a stop and then, kind of figuring out, okay, there's some support. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. So that's one aspect. The next aspect is, okay, if I get into this trade, how much am I prepared to lose if it works against me? So if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You'll be out of you won't be trading very long. So let's just say your account size says, okay, I can realistically lose or risk $100 every trade. So you notice it says minus 97.50. There's a bit of rounding going here, because why did I take 500 shares? Because that's going to share size you. Because again, you don't go into every trade thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares, 200 shares, 500 shares. In my opinion anyway, it should be based, how many shares you're going to take will be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. So 1346 minus 1326, 20 cents. So if you're willing to risk $100 on a trade, you divide 20 cents into $100 and you get 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. So that's why, I like to do it this way just to make the math super simple. So that is the whole concept then. So, of share sizing, placing a stop. Now the next big aspect is now trying to obey your stop. When you are paper trading like this, it's easy to obey your stop. It's not real money. You get stopped out, you get stopped out. You move on. The minute you start committing money to the market, real live money to the market, a lot of your discipline, everything you've learned, maybe you've been practice trading for, a month, 2 months, 3 months, however long, and now you're ready to commit money to the market. You take that first trade and you're all excited and oops, it's not working. So, I'll use my little devil and angel analogy. You've got your devil on the left side and the angel on your right side or on your shoulders. And so as the price starts approaching your stop, the angel says, okay, Barry, get out. That's where you place your stop. Obey your stop. But the devil's saying, come on. You know what happened? You didn't place your stop right. You were too tight. You're still new to trading. It's going to work. So you move your stop down. And now instead of, $100 loss, now you're at maybe $150 loss. It keeps moving down to your new stop. The devil says, don't worry about it. It's going to come back. The angel saying, come on, obey your stop. Well, you can see what's going to happen. You keep moving your stop down. And now instead of that manageable $100 loss, you're down to a $417 loss, and you finally throw your hands up and go, okay, I'll get out of the trade. Why did I do that? You turn to that devil and say, why did you make me do that? And he's no longer there. He's long gone. Okay. So, it's maybe a cute analogy. Maybe you don't like the analogy, but it's so true because it's the inner demons at work. You can't believe that it's not going to work. I had good earnings. You're reading good things about the company. People are talking about it. So how to counteract that? Leave your stop in. It takes all of the emotion out of the trade. Okay? All the emotion out of the trade. Leave your stop in. You get stopped out. You move on. Now, here's what can also happen. For all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, in the first place, maybe they come back later on in the day. Maybe it was just a little bit early. The setup is still good, but maybe it was a little bit early. Maybe when you got into the trade right afterwards, maybe the market started to really move against you. There are a lot of factors into why a trade doesn't work. So, really, 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 really try to obey your stop. But I'll guarantee it, the first time that you get into a trade, you probably won't obey it. But that's the hard reality of trading. No, there's no PDT at all in Canada. All right, guys, there's my spiel, okay? That's it. Yeah, listen, commissions are either free or so cheap that the idea of not getting out of a trade because, well, man, I know I got to pay commissions, that's non-existent anymore. That used to be a reason. When commissions were crazy large, that was a reason. You didn't want to get out because getting out and then getting back in, your commissions could eat you up. It's just not the case anymore. What's had a real turnaround is NIO. NIO, earnings play, it's actually turned right around. Interesting. That's a big jump, 37 to 40, almost 41. Oh, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Wow. No kidding. Again, I don't take these IPOs until usually a couple of hours. If I do at all, it doesn't mean I take an IPO. But I just love this one. I just thought they've done a great job with the symbol. I just thought it would, you know, be attractive to people just for the symbol. And I said that last week when I saw this one. And it's a bio. You know, Werewolf Therapeutics. Just to refresh my memory, just going to take a look at who's involved in it. So I have Jeffries and Leerink. I'm seeing them a lot more now. SVB, Leerink, and Evercore. So not huge names, but Jeffries is certainly a name. But you know, it's not JP or Goldman, but still. The nice thing, 7.5 million shares. That's the other thing that really attracted me to it. 7.5 million shares at $16. So I love the price range. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about, okay? And this is something I can share with you guys, an IPO calendar. This is what I use for the IPOs. And I think it just opened. So we have another, I think, see what other ones we have today. All right, lots of activity behind me right now. And here she is in all her glory. She's every day excitement. All right, guys, so there's the howl. So the howl got halted and it popped up. Again, I'll be interested in this one later on. Mr. Real, good morning, Mr. Real. Yes. All right, I'll just put this up here. Man, meanwhile, PBI, what a great earnings play, short. I mean, hardly any movement up. Look at that 15-minute chart. A couple little topping tails there, but right, and it, you know, once it, especially when it took out that 766. The next low looking left on that weekly chart is 711. So Meanwhile, yeah, BTX, again, you're going to take this one. Just be really, really, really careful on this. I mean, this got up to 54 a couple of days ago. At Interactive Brokers, Jamie, yep. Tons of them, almost 7 million. Remember, you can come into the other room, Jamie. Yeah, so now what I'm going to do, I know I'm giving away a lot, but I mean, because it only has 7 million in or 7.9 million in the float, later on in the day, if it takes this high out, that may induce me to take this trade. Yeah, so far it's been a very decent AI alert. The AUPH 1328 right there. So I think what happened is it took it on a pullback. You can see it initially popped up to 1355. So this was obviously a pullback strategy, and it took it down here on the pullback. And now let's see if it can continue. All right, guys, so remember when I was just showing you how you can take a trade on a pullback? ADVM. Okay, so I remember I had that line right there. So it took the trade at $4, I guess. Okay, right there. Remember that was a bright blue line. It is now turned into a faded blue line. Now, the same thing applies, all right? If you knew you were going to take this trade on a pullback at that $4 level, you would also ahead of time have to know where your stop was. So again, so that would share size you. Okay, so it's the same idea. So again, if it was a 20-cent stop, to make the math easy, you would have taken 500 shares here at the $4 level with a 380 stop. Okay, again, I'm not saying that's where the stop would be, but just to make the math easy. So again, if you're going to take a trade, even on a pullback, you have to know where you're going to get out if it doesn't work. And that will share size you. Yeah, remember, I only took this Laurel as a demonstration. Would I normally do it? I mean, yeah, it was butting right into that 200-day moving average. So meanwhile, PBI just continues. This is probably the trade of the day, really, in terms of what I like to term as a relatively stress-free trade. I mean, look at it on the 5-minute chart. I mean, stress-free meaning that you didn't see like a giant green candle, which could have knocked a lot of people out of that short, then coming back down. I mean, just a very stress-free type of a trade. All right, well, I'm watching this AUPH. I want to see if it can take this area out with any enthusiasm on volume. I need volume. Need volume. AUPH. Okay, guys, so what you're seeing here, these are the two simulated trades I've taken, okay, just to show you how you can do it. Now, what I also like to draw your attention to, you see the closed P&L, max P&L, distance from exit price, okay? So, and the open P&L. So right now, you know, ADVM, open P&L, $7.50. The max I could have made if I got out earlier would have been $13.50, okay? I mean, obviously no big deal. Here, open P&L for the LAUR is $37.50. The max, had I got out right at the very top, would have been 42. Again, no big deal right now, but you'll see that when I'm going to exit this trade, okay? I'm going to exit the ADVM. I'm going to flatten it. That gets me out of the trade. Okay, now we're going to see the distance from the exit price. So at this point, what I really want to see going forward is a big negative number, because this will show me, okay, you got out, and from where you got out, it is really below. So right now it's a penny below, not a big deal. The other thing, though, I really like to see is, what if this max P&L at one point had been, you know, $200, $300, and I got out for a big $750 gain. Of course, that's not what you would want to be able want to do. All right, so it's a good idea, in my opinion, to keep an eye on your max P&L, your closed, and the distance from the exit price. This will give you a bit of an idea, a bit of a gauge of how good are your exits. Flatten, yes. So yeah, I mean, this LAUR, yeah, it could be interesting. I mean, there's the 200-day. It's right there, 351. I mean, if after hours it got up to 375. Education stock. All right, AUPH coming back a little bit, guys. A little choppy, though. I mean, it's a little bit choppy. My opinion on Pixie probably had its, well, yesterday, you know, this move down here, we kind of probably thought it was over, but look what it did. And then after hours, I don't know if that's going to happen today. Okay, so you're talking about the buy and sell buttons right here? Okay, so I'm going to pop the video in if you didn't see it. We'll explain it a little bit, but this video will explain a lot of different aspects, okay? Including the simulator, or if you have an IB or an E-Trade account to connect to. But in essence, what has to happen is you have to create Give me a moment here. Okay, so what you have to do, you have to create, call it a strategy, okay? We'll call it a strategy because I guess that's what it's going to be. And you have to create an alert window with the strategy in it. You save it to the cloud, okay? You save it to the cloud because then what you have to do, you have to go to the strategies tab, and then if you've saved it to the cloud, you right click and you load from the cloud, okay? And if you've saved it, you'll see it right at the top. And you click load, you highlight it, you click load, etc. Then it'll show up here, okay? That's the first thing. So if you've already done that, if you already have some strategies that you've got in here, you have to assign one of them to the buy button and one of them to the short button if that's what you want to do. Notice when I right click, it says set as default chart long strategy. So you pick one of them and you set as your default long strategy. Within the strategy, you've done this, edit the trading strategy. I know this gets complicated, but this is what you have to do. Now, here is where you have your entry time, order details, risk management, hold time. I can't tell you how you're going to do it, all right? But one of them is the limit offset. So the limit offset is, okay, if you're going to buy this stock, you get an alert at say 1362, but it's moving pretty quickly. How far outside of that alert are you willing to go? You know, 3 cents, 4 cents, 10 cents, that price, because it could be moving really quickly. If you don't have a limit offset, like I know some people, if they're trying to trade and they've got a strategy, we get a lot of questions saying, well, how come it didn't take it? You know, it's automated. How come it didn't take it? The reason being is that your limit offset has to, take into account the fact that just because you get a real-time alert at say 2024, even if it's trying to auto trade it, you may not be able to get it right at 2024. If it's moving fast, it might be 2026, 2027, okay? And so that limit offset will basically say, okay, I'm willing to go that far outside of the actual alert price and take the trade. Okay? But you have to watch that video. I can't tell you how you're going to create your trading strategy. I don't know the answer to that, Sam. I can see it right here on a 2-minute chart. Maybe it's a time frame. I can see it on a daily chart, the bottom. I can see it right here on the 5. I can see it on the 50. Well, it's down here, I guess. Sometimes it's going to be out. It really depends. I guess it really depends on your time frame. Link to the video? Sure. Okay, well, AUPH showed up here. This is our premium service. Okay, showed up right there. It's part of the AI, so it showed up right there. It also showed up here in the basic new highs and lows a little bit earlier, 1321 instead of 1328. Okay, so showed up in several areas for me anyway. Yeah, okay. Yes, you're right. I do see the red bars. Okay. You don't have to direct it to me. Fire Eye trying to come back somewhat. Earnings play a couple of days ago just got thumped. Little comeback yesterday and now above yesterday's high. FEYE showing up on my watch list. Come on, AUPH, can you just take yourself a little bit higher? There's a 200 day. I don't anticipate it going through that, but close to the 14 maybe. There's the high right there, 1371. Little inducement upwards. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, we've got a little bit of a winner going here with the AUPH. So this is what I'm now. This is more like it for me anyway with the AI in terms of the number of trades. So yesterday I thought it was a little too. It was excessive. The day before it was probably about 5 trades. Also, I think yesterday was just excessive. But as I explained to, I think Lily asked me earlier, do I trade the AI? And I explained that I really only like the ones under $20 typically. So of course that's the AUPH. Now I saw this one earlier. I didn't get in here at just to give you an idea. I did not get in here at 1321 or at 1328, but certainly caught my eye. The ADVM, well, it caught my eye, but it hasn't moved. But I use it like a watch list. Yeah, OCGN guys. Wow. I mean, this is now approaching the high of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. Up to 1369, approaching that high. Yeah, I know the NLY is back to where I got it, but I'm out of it now. I took a 3 cent loss on it. I just don't think it's going to be dynamic enough for me. Crimea River, let's see. CRY, Cryolife. Wow. So this is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Didn't do anything really in the pre-market. That's why I didn't see it. Looking left, monthly, 3151. Looking left, looks like the high. So what Real is talking about, I believe, is possible short areas. 2807, or maybe long area. Maybe long. 2807 and then 20. I guess long. 2989. Turn points? Okay. That's what I initially thought. All right, guys, sorry. I'm just following internal discussion going on at Trade Ideas. Yeah, so guys, I'm just going to flatten out of this. I just wanted to show you how you can take a trade with LAUR. So I would never have done it, not with that 200-day right there. SLCA, guys, SLCA, earnings play on the way down, not unlike the PBI. Now the issue here is the next low looking left is 1159. Boy, if it can get down below 1159, if that doesn't stall it, then the next low looking left is 1063, about $1 away. This is an earnings play. Now you're in chase mode right now, but this is where did that? Too bad I didn't see it earlier. The gap down and go down, SLCA, it showed up at 1203. Again, I can't pay as much attention as I normally would if I weren't moderating a room. But if you have this scan, this is a pretty interesting scan. The gap continuation in reverse. And when I say if you have it, you can have it if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section. And it's one of the ones that I have that I'm sharing. Yeah, how is the Howl doing? Yeah, well, listen, it may take a bit to get back up to that high, but listen, with that float, with 7.8 million in the float or issued shares, that won't take that much if it gets if it gains traction again. Did you mean 1380 or, well, Zach can't hear me. Or on a short. Oh, okay. Look at PBI, guys, continuing down. What a... Again, I described this earlier as a very kind of an emotion-free trade because, I mean, you didn't have to really worry about like big pop-ups, if you're short this, taking you out of the trade or forcing you to take some off. All right, I have to stick an alert down here for SLCA. I have to put an alert at 11, say 11:58 to see if it takes out that low right there and continues down. All right, what are the markets doing? Just a quick check. So the Dow is still down. NAS is still, all the indices are down. There's no divergence there. Here is one, I have it thumbnailed. This was a big one yesterday, early, and then it just gave it all up. But GRTX, maybe trying to come back a bit. Had a big pop after hours the day before. And then here's the pre-market action for GRTX. Had some news about whatever drug they've got. But once the market opened, it just basically moved down, but it settled for a long time. This wasn't shortable for me, at this time. And then shorts became available, Interactive Brokers. By that time, it was too late. But it started moving down again. But you know what? I mean, if this can take out, look at this area right there, say 840 or so. Hey, it may have another run. It may try to come back and start to fill in this area, and that is the GRTX. Sam, I don't know. I can't explain that. I'm sorry. You talked about the Bollinger Band. Is that always been the issue, or is this just something today? I have no explanation because of course, I can see the lower end. Is it just today, or has it been always? Okay, let's take a look at MISO. Yeah, no kidding. Wow. $9 down to 8. Well done, as usual. Okay, there's your answer, Sam. So if you're not on the beta, I didn't realize that. If you're not on the beta, for whatever reason, you don't see the lower Bollinger Band. Okay, so download the beta. All right, guys. So let's see. What time is it now? 11:26. So I'll be taking a break in around 30 minutes, just before noon. Okay. Well, I guess that's your answer then. I have no idea why it doesn't show up on the production version. Is there a scan for buying pressure increasing? Well, I mean, you can try the volume 1 minute. I mean, obviously the volume 1 minute. Put a big percentage in there. So I mean, so volume in 1 minute, add the filter, and you can experiment. You can put 500 or 1,000%, which means that the volume is obviously increasing. As an example. Yeah, 325,000 shares at Interactive Brokers, Jamie, for OCGN. Hey, Ori, do a cloud link. Well, Rail's got room. Let's see. Take a look left on the monthly chart. 866, 798. I'm just looking at these highs. 813. So I mean, if I can get through 8 with any oomph, I mean, look at this. I mean, this Rail does definitely have some room. Well, they better increase the pump then, because on the DPW, it's got to really take out that 3, and then the 319 right above it in terms of the 200-day moving average. It's got a lot of resistance, DPW. He should. He's been a subscriber for, I think, longer than me, Real. Maybe he's not hearing. I am not user number 5, not even close. Steve Gomez, he's user number 3. I know, you're just kidding. All right, guys, give me a moment. What time is it? 11:30. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, probably 5 minutes. All right, guys, I am now back. AUPH still inching upwards. Again, if you're in this one, you know, be aware of these levels here. I mean, they're 1428. Now, here's the other thing. You see it says a 1377 target, all right? That means that if you're in the AI, if it's fully automated in conservative mode, it's going to get out of this trade right here at 1377. Doesn't mean, you know, if this pops right through 1377, why would you ever get out of the trade, right? So these targets are somewhat artificial. I shouldn't even say somewhat. In my opinion, they're just artificial. Each trade, I mean, the strategy that AUPH came from was optimized for a certain target. I don't know if it's 50 cents, a dollar, I really don't know. Looks like it could be 50 cents because there was the alert at 1328. That's about 50 cents above. So, but each individual alert from a strategy should be considered on its own, in my opinion. Good grief. Look at BTX. Yeah, looks like it's going to take out that 54.36, which was the high of 2 days ago. I guess they've cured everything. All right. I like to play this little game, guys. I like to try to induce a stock upwards just by putting these little price alerts above. You know what? I was trying to get this SLCA to short, and they're not wanting to fill me. Frustrating sometimes because it's down 16%. It's down more than 10%. So that uptick rule is in effect. If you're not familiar with that, it means that a stock that's down 10%. Typically, you know, if you want to short something, you just go in at the bid, you short it, assuming your broker has shares available to short. But if a stock is down 10% or more, of course, then what has to happen? You can go in at the bid, but there has to be some action at the ask, and then it has to go back to the bid, of course. But you may be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. And so I kept following it down a bit by bit by bit, and I just couldn't get a fill. Just a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, the BCS is just inching its way down. You know, just inching. This is a short I've been in. Well, what time? 977, I guess. So it's down a dime now. Has no real support. I typically don't do something like this with that float, but I thought it would be a fairly relaxing trade. It's been fairly relaxing. VXRT starting to move over $10. Over $10. There's the high right there at 10.29, guys. The high yesterday was way up here at 11. So, a lot of you are trying to play this one. So 117 million in the float. They're trying to go now, guys. VXRT. That's too bad for me on the SLCA. I mean, this is just wonderful now. I just couldn't get the shares. Not because they're not available. Yeah, there's almost 3 million shares available at Interactive Brokers, but I just couldn't get the fill. All right, guys, I just want to verify that it'll be not Jamie, but Andy in the YouTube room today. I'm pretty sure it's going to be. Not Jamie, I'm sorry, Andy. No, guys, this scan is a really great looking scan, especially the days, I really am attracted to ones to the gap down and go. One of the scans I'm sharing. And there went VXRT. For how long? Okay, guys, I'm really just checking some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. I guess it ain't taco time. TACO. This is an earnings play, actually. Taco is an earnings play, TACO. Not very much volume. It obviously does not trade very much. You can see that right there, 200,000. That's almost double normal, so it does not trade very much. And it's an earnings play, and you would think normally, these companies that don't trade very much, but the day it has, or the reaction to earnings, usually there's a big step up in volume, but not today. I mean, it did have a volume day a few days ago, over 1 million shares, but listen, by the end of the day, maybe it'll be 1 million, but it's just not that interesting. Yeah, VXRT is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, even if I wanted to. I know Zach is short this one right now, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At least it's not shortable now. That might be one of those that shorts become available as there's some covering, but not shortable now anyway. VXRT at Interactive Brokers. All right, Howell. You know what? I may revise my thinking on this one. Maybe 2185. Let's see if it takes this out up here and starts to get back up to this area here. This is the IPO for today. One of them anyway. So before I do go for my break, I just had a question that you guys couldn't see about how to track IPOs. So let me just quickly explain what I do. You don't have to do the same thing, but this is what I do. Okay, so I just put in the IPO link that I use. So if I go to the IPO calendar, you can see, so there is one that's going to happen today. It hasn't happened yet. IACC. This is another one that's going to happen today, RCAT. And another one, VACC, and the Howl has already happened, okay? However, what I really want to show you is how you can, if you wanted to know, for instance, FSBC next week, HNST, the Honest Company. How can we not trade the Honest Company with Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, etc. involved, okay? Kidding. But if you want to know when these are going to start, all you have to do is this. So let's take the Honest Company, HNST, and I'm just going to put it in here. Notice, obviously, there's no action on it, but all you have to do is create a price alert. Right-click, create a price alert, put $1 as your alert price. Of course, when it opens, it's going to be way over $1. So what will happen is, on your price alerts window, if you have it minimized, when HNST, as an example, opens, your price alert window will pop up on your screen, and you'll see it. Okay? You can do that. Might as well do it for the rest of them. FSBC. create a price alert. Actually, what I like to do is just put IPO here so I know it's an IPO. And what's another one next week? Maybe VALN. Anyway, you get the idea. If I were really smart, this is what I should do. 3.5, $28, so 3.5 million. So now I can just at a glance, I can know exactly how many shares were issued and what the price was, okay? So that's what you can do. All right, this is a gap up on reverse. VNet is a gap up on reverse. See how it gapped up and now it's reversing. Okay, guys, I have traded out most of my AUPH. So all I'm in right now is still the BCS. See if it just continues to inch its way down. It has really no support. I mean, you have to look at a monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get to 884, but that was a low on the month. Next low on the weekly chart is about, it's about the same. So, I mean, it has some room to drift down, I guess. Actually, 949 is the next low on the weekly. So it may stall there. And I'll be taking my break really soon. All right, guys, I am not seeing too much action in the scans that I've got. Not too many new alerts. Though Kara continues, wow, Kara is just continuing down here. The low yesterday is way below the low yesterday, I believe, 1385. Yeah, it's way below the low of yesterday now. So this is what Real is talking about. There's the VWAP right there, 1328 for AUPH. So below 1352, which is kind of this area, well, this area right around here, there's actually a cross, the 2 minute cross right there for the ADMA cross down below the 20 SMA at 1368 for AUPH. More is ringing in my ear here. Let me just, I just have to post something first. Oh, Laurel. I thought it was more. So there's Laurel. So through the 200-day moving average again. All right, guys, this is a good time for me to, I gotta change headsets. Just a minute, please. Done. All right. Well, listen, guys, as Zach pointed out earlier, DPW, maybe the Reddit crew has got a hold of this one to some extent. It is moving, some volume coming in. The big issue here, I mean, if we think that the 200-day is going to stall it, it's right above it, 39, or it's right below it, 319. Looks like a lot of resistance in this area too. But who knows? Maybe if they keep piling in the volume, it'll just take all this out like nothing. Oh, okay. Is that okay? So Fred in our YouTube room is saying that, and that's absolutely verifiable. Before he says that DPW owns a 9.6% stake in BTX from 342, which would make that pretty interesting, obviously. Well, You know what? You want to print this out. This is a classic red bar ignored on the daily chart. Big uptrend yesterday. Red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Today, green candle moves above the high of the red bar, which was 42.71, and continues. Classic red bar ignored. That's right on the daily chart. It's too bad. This Covanta looks interesting. It is an earnings play, but I just think there's too much resistance. Okay, there's an IPO that just see how that worked, guys. I had that VACC, and it popped up on my screen. So I obviously I know it's an IPO because I say it's an IPO. All right, Andy, great. So you're there. I will stop streaming. Have a good hour there, Andy.
Hello traders, let me know when you can hear me, when you can see me. Testing 1 2, can you hear me guys? All right. Hi Burnt, hi Asiri. Welcome everyone. Hopefully everyone can see my screen and can hear me okay. Yes, Burnt, hi, how are you doing, man? Doing good myself. Hi Sam, how are you? All right, welcome to the Friday edition of the support session. My name is Andy, and I'll be walking you through the next hour or so. Hi Iris, how are you? If you have any questions about the software, this is the place to ask them, okay? Because we can utilize this desktop sharing live stream edition, and yeah, we can answer any questions that you might have. Let me fire up a pen just in case I need to use it. Hey Zach, how are you? Yeah. Not too much happening this weekend, but weekends are always a good thing. Yeah, Fred, I noticed you mentioning that DPW before I came in. You mentioned it to Barry. Yeah, nice move there. Decent volume. Look at that 1 minute volume coming in here. Let's see here. Let me boop. That's impressive. Obviously, you can see has some major resistance coming up here around this $3 area. Not only do you have the whole number there, which is always tough, but you also have quite a bit of resistance going back 2 months here on the chart. But which wins, the volume or the resistance? That is the $1,000,000 question. Of course, if you bought a bunch of it at 280, you're already scalping out of half of it. All right, Mark, I'll try to help you here, or Mr. Mac, I should say. I have a techie question about Brokerage Plus AI error message. Yeah, that's going to be if you got an error message, that's not something I'm going to probably be able to figure out here. It may take some time. You may have to send your support files in, but they'll tell you what to do. Anytime you have an error message, they'll be able to help you with it. Yeah, let me give you the email there, info@trade-ideas.com. Just send them there and somebody will get with you. Mr. Mac. Yeah, Steve, we can see you. That is good. Looks like we have our credentials, our moderator credentials. Hopefully, yeah, it works when I drop a link. Market. I mentioned yesterday in my webinar, I was real concerned about the market because we had, an up day yesterday, although it wasn't, only up about 0.5% in the spies, but the new lows versus new highs in my big cap on volume, the new lows were outpacing the new highs by 65% to 35%. So that was a little bit disconcerting for me. We'll see. We'll see what happens going forward, but not something you want to see on an up day. More lows than highs, and that was pretty much. I had big caps running, but that was pretty much across the board. And what I was referring to would be this compare count, which today we're seeing it at 58 to 42 to the upside. A lot of that has to do when you gap down. Same thing as yesterday. A lot of it did have to do with the gap up, but still, 65% on an update, that was a little bit scary. They want to try and kick me out. Nah, I won't. I won't go that far. Thank you, Mr. Mack. Appreciate it. Yeah, somebody will get to you if you'll fire off that email. Okay, so the spies, got below this 5-day. This red line is a 5-day moving average on my 15-minute chart, and it fell below it this morning. And now you'll not only have that to deal with, you have a downward sloping 10-period SMA there that it's kind of running into. So we'll see if the spiders can get anything going there, but we'll see. Dude, never count this market out. I know that. Okay, there you go, Steve. The wrench next to the name. All right. Any questions? Interesting chart there. LNT, energy company. That's what this is as a matter of fact, I'll drop this one in there in case nobody has it. I use this a lot for swing trading, and typically I would say this is a really beautiful chart, but energy kind of concerns me. But this is a position in an all-time high, and then look at how you had this kind of orchestrated pullback with a little inside day, yesterday, and then we took out that high. Always a nice setup when you see that. Now, whether it works or not, I don't know. I'm not looking to get in too much today, that's for sure, on a Friday, but plus it's energy, which is probably going to be trading off oil. Well, I don't know. Oil is gapping down today. Anyway, let me drop this one in there in case people don't have it. I want to test to see if these links work anyway. Pull back above swing. Let's call it pullback swing. If somebody would try to copy, well, what happens is it normally will stay for like 10 seconds if I don't have credentials, and then it will disappear. Let's see if it disappears. So far, so good. Ah, it looks like it's working. Nice. Neo's interesting to me off of earnings. Earnings beat, revenues were higher. I think they may have been guided higher too. But tried to gap down and buyers came in, pushed it up right to that 5-day moving average there. And look at it's hitting the 50 here. One to keep an eye on. Some people may want to play it if it takes out, the prior day's high. Some people may want to play it waiting for it to actually clear this high right here. Not sure what I'm going to do, but I'm definitely have my eye on it because it's kind of in a wedge. And let's just draw this wedge. Kind of in a little bit of a wedge here. Oh, wrong one. So we got right here, and then of course we have down here. We got to figure out how to get these lines. It's almost more of a channel than it is a wedge. What's this thing again, Andy? I loaded. Yeah, Jason, it's a pullback swing alert. What I'm looking for are stocks that are strong, and what I mean by strong is they only have to be above their 50-period moving average. So we're not looking for like huge momentum strength. We're just looking for stocks that are above their 50-day moving average, but they're pulling back on the 5-day time frame, and then they're doing what's called a bar reversal. They're taking out the prior day's high. So it's a nice setup, for if you don't like buying highs. In other words, you don't like chasing stocks when they're breaking out. You'd rather see a pullback and then a reversal there. It's a nice, there you have another one pulling back, and it took out that prior day's high. That one, I'd like looking for more of, like I said, orchestrated, kind of a rational pullback, not just one bar down like you see on that one right there. That kind of throws it off to me, but yeah, that's probably the best one I see so far. But anyway, yeah, it's a nice little swing trading tool if you like swing trading, or you can day trade it as well too. But that's a nice looking chart there. SeaWorld. Honestly, it typically works better when you have maybe a little pullback in the market. Is when I find when I find the best ones in it. Ah, Burn. Okay, last time he said I didn't have a wrench. Okay, well I told our YouTube guy yesterday that he needs to make sure we all have moderator credentials, and he sent an email and I confirmed, so it looks like it did work. So it looks like Steve and I are fine. I'm sure everybody else is as well. You know what? Good question, Sam. He says, have you experimented with this scan on a 10 SMA? You can do that. I mean, you can see C's right now is right above it. So that's almost textbook right there, how it caught that 10-period SMA there. Let's take a look at this LNT. Now, this one fell below it, but it's still holding on to the 20. You could definitely do that, Sam. I just like to get his, symbols coming through and then take a look at them. Just use my eyeball a lot of times. But yeah, you could always put a 10-day SMA in there and just kind of bracket it to where it's got to be, slightly above maybe the 10-period moving average. That could possibly work out just great. Tesla is actually outperforming, or about the same as Neo. if these things do continue to go, you might want to look at some of these. Keep an eye on, put some alerts like I have in plug right here. Blink is not kind of in no man's land. So they're not really performing. For right now, it's just kind of the sector. And that Neo could just do a total TP today. Who knows? Like I said, I'm not too anxious to be jumping in things today. Yeah, looking at that 10 SMA intraday. Yeah, that's uh, when Steve and I had Today Trader, and we pretty much did what Barry did for a few years, and it was that was something we really preached as well as we do now. That 10 period SMA. Steve probably to DPW going some more. Got above that 3 level. Now our technology, the red resistance line, is showing where the real kind of resistance is on this thing, right around this 325 level. See if it can get through that one. But Fred, I hope you're in that one and doing well. Shorted OCUL. Yeah, if it could break down through that 19, maybe worth. I will say this: a lot of times, what you will find in a pattern like this, Burn, is after a big move on big volume, you can have what's called a narrow range inside day, which means there's not a lot of movement in the body because it's kind of a battle between the buyers and sellers after that huge move. It definitely could work though, that's for sure. And if it didn't, I don't know if you're a day trader, but if it didn't, it could work on Monday. Or you'd have to be careful for a go, pause, go. But it's a low risk trade. If it takes out today's high, you're probably out, I would think. Exactly, digestion, exactly what it is. Had that big move, and now people are digesting and saying, what's next? Looks like it has earnings next week, denoted by our yellow background there. One day swing trader. I like it. No, I'm a short-term swing trader. I think probably my average, I'd say average is probably 3 to 5 days. Yep, Steve's data. Yeah, in this market, Steve's right. Yeah, in this market, you don't get 3 to 5 days. It doesn't feel like. Get a day and a half. Let's see how Twitter's doing today after it's not good. Just looking kind of weak there. Amazon hanging on to its gains. Not really. Kind of gave a bit back there. Not that impressive at all. although it is a $3,500 stock now. So yeah, that Twitter, that you know, it's like, come on, man. How long does it take you to get it right? It's been one disappointing stock. I mean, I think it was trading up at this levels, probably 3 or 4 months after it IPO'd. So it's really hasn't done. But unless I don't, I'm not sure. Let me put it on a monthly. Take a look, because they may have had a split or something. Let's take a look at the monthly on this Twitter. Yeah, they must have still not that impressive. I mean, you look at it, yeah, 52 opened up. It's basically trading right where it IPO'd. look at all the look at all the holly tags in this thing. You can cut those off, by the way, if you want. All right, let me make sure I'm not missing anything here. Sometimes I miss some things. Looks like I'm all caught up. Yeah, you would think. I tell you, yeah, that Twitter, boy, you scratch your head. It seems like to me it's a hard model to mess up. Uh, I mean, you just look at Facebook and some other, social media platforms. Even Square, I think, well outperformed, Twitter. Uh, Snapchat doing okay. Actually, that Snapchat is looking like a nice little wedge there. Put alert right there above that high. May be interesting there. Yeah. For solar ugly. Yeah, I just don't. Can't figure out those solars. Yeah. Game looks interesting there, Steve. Put alert. Been a lot of head fakes lately, but maybe something if we get above this, 190 level could get going. Yeah, Razek, yeah, Sean is kind of that way. Sean that works for us. I think he's been kind of accumulating this thing for a while. I don't, I think back over in these levels. So if you believe in something and you're playing the long trend, I mean, look at it. If you look at the daily there, it's still intact. I love trend lines as far as when you're looking at maybe investing or something like that. May may want to keep an eye if it does get down, that low. As a matter of fact, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll find these trends, and especially if they marry up to a key moving average, I'll just go ahead and put an alert down there just in case. It's only another $3, and you're just gonna trigger. A lot of times those can be a nice little uh, pickup. Just set it and forget it, and who knows, maybe it goes off here in a few days. And then you don't necessarily buy it. Obviously, you're looking at the market conditions, what's happening. But can be those little trend lines like that can be great pickups if you happen to be on your toes. Bird in the hand. Yep. Steve likes that bird in the hand analogy. And I think he's going back to GameStop. Maybe at these averages, look at all these averages pretty much right at the same spot, and you got your 10 kind of creeping. So what Steve's talking about, if it kind of goes sideways and you get these averages sneaking up underneath it, that's kind of the bird in the hand analogy. And watch the spies today in case it's been definitely going kind of sideways. Yesterday was really a strange day for me. It's that move is kind of discounted with the huge gap up you had in Facebook and a few others, but got to watch if we break this 10 period moving average, which would be kind of like a 6-day low there. Got my eye on that. Apple hasn't really been participating that much, although bouncing back today. Which scanner would have found BTX? Nice move. You can see it on my Extreme Master Blaster. Now the problem we have here, okay, this is what is you would not have seen this one right here until it took out a 5-day high. Now, if you don't care about breaking out of ranges, okay, I do. This is kind of an anomaly. I think it's kind of one you'd have been keeping your eye on. But I bet you we have an alert called Momo. This can be found in the Traders Vault. And I'm going to bet that was in there earlier. Let's put it on today and see. And I'm not seeing it. Let me look at the configuration of this one. I'm not sure why it would not be in there. Relative volume meets that. Change from the close definitely meets that. Price. Oh, the price range. So what you want to do, this is looking for smaller stocks, Iris. So go to the Momo in the Traders Vault and pull up the go to the Momo, pull it up, and what you want to do is maybe take this to $100. Okay, that's the problem on that one. So once you do that, we should be getting. Okay, now it's starting to piss me off. Let's see what else is in there. It's no earnings. Why would it not have any earnings? Uh, yeah, I don't understand why that would not have. That's probably what's throwing it off. So you're not only going to have to do that, you're going to have to take out the EPS. And if it doesn't show up now, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, something. There he is. BTX is in there. Okay, so that's what you need to do. Go get that Momo scanner. Take the price max off of 50. Put it at 100 or whatever you want to put it at. Just make sure it's above 57. And then you're going to have to take out your earnings per share. I'm not sure why this is not reporting any earnings per share. Even if it's negative, it should report it. But I don't know what's going on there. But for some reason, it's not. But that's what you'll need to do. Now you will get ETFs if they happen to be, coming through here. But with these kind of filters where you're looking for extreme volume, you're probably not going to get a whole lot of ETFs. Here, I can save this for you and I'll drop it in there. Okay, so we'll just call this, I got to rename it so you won't get confused with, I'll just say with no EPS filter. And I'll save it for you and share it. Momo, no EPS. There you go. What's happening? Well, it's definitely had some volume coming in. Pharmaceutical, biotech. So something's going on there, that's for sure. All right, guys, we're halfway in. The questions panel is empty. So if you guys have any more questions, fire away. Otherwise, this is kind of setting up to be one of those mundane Friday afternoons. We could very well just finish up just right where we are. Hey, Aja, how you doing, buddy? RHE. Yeah. I can always look at a chart and tell you, almost estimate the float. Look at this float on this thing, 1.51 million. And so you got to be careful in something like that. You can get some incredible moves, but boy, they can cut both ways. As indicative of what happened yesterday when it dropped from 669 and down to 532. Oh, good, Iris. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, it's pretty much just taken out, the EPS. Yeah, the Momo's a good one. I have found, I mean, you're going to miss some by using a 5-day or a 10-day high. You may miss some, but for me, I have found that it keeps me out of trouble a lot of times when I'm looking. I get excited about the intraday volume coming in. I look over there and it's right in the middle of no man's land. I call it on the daily, not going anywhere, and so it keeps me out of trouble. And not only that, it kind of limits the number of alerts flying through. Omar, I used the 200 EMA, the 50 EMA, and the 20 EMA. I noticed everybody used Simple Movie Wrap. What do you think? Do you think I should switch? It's just a matter of preference. We have a few traders here at Trade Ideas that like EMAs. I've always just liked the simple SMA. I think you're going to find once again that it's just a subjective. Whatever works for you. I think. I know a really popular one is the 8 EMA, especially on the intraday, but I have found that the 10 works just as well. So, Omar, I think you're fine using those. Like I said, it's just a matter of preference. You're going to find a lot of charts where the 8 EMAs are kind of the guiding hand, and you're going to find a lot with the 10 SMAs. So, yeah, you're fine with that. Stick with it. Hi, Pat. What generates the buy flags? Those are from Holly. So if I put it on this AUPH, okay, right now on today, you're just going to see a blue little number. It says AI in the margin there of your charts. Same as the intraday. You're going to see a little blue line. Once again, a number with a blue background. It says AI. Now what happens is as you get trying to think of something that went off yesterday. I can't remember, but I could pretty much probably just pull up anything. Let's see, real. Yeah, you get to buy and sell signals that looks like arrow. And now you're talking about a flag. Are you talking about these arrows that you see that says buy and sell on them, Pat? When you use the term flag, or do you mean to say buy tag? But if you're using just a regular alert, okay, it's going to point out an arrow like that. Okay, when your alert goes off, it's going to show you what bar that arrow came out in. But other than that, any tags you see like a buy or sell, that's going to be the AI. Hope that makes sense for you. Yeah, the best way to get to the trader's vault is just look for the key, Jason. Just look for the key. You're going to find about 34 windows in there. They're going to be small. Uh, let's see. I got some things pulled up, so I don't want to go out of my system here, and go to the channel. But if you just click on that, they're going to be. I had to make them thumbnail kind of to get them all in there. So they're going to be small borders, and all you really need to do is there'll be something like that. Just grab the border and pull it out, and then what you want to do is just maybe go to properties and take off or put back on take it off small borders so you can see what kind of window it is, whether it's an A window, a T window, a multi-strategy. But then once you do that, and once you find something you like and you want to save it, just save it to your cloud, and that way you can pull it up to your main layout. It's a great way to migrate windows from the channel into your layout. Just save them to your cloud, and then just all you have to do is just go to your cloud, and you can just pull them up from there and just bring them into your main layout, default layout. All right. Yes, the Extreme Master Blaster is going to be the same exact one that you see in the Trader's Vault. Yeah, Mike C. Yeah, I know you are a paid subscriber, so there'll be. Okay, so wait, since you won't be on the test drive, you're already a subscriber. Good question. I'm not sure you'll get an email. Now, we'll definitely be able to generate links. I think it's going to be, good question, Mike C. I'll get back to you on that. I need to figure out how we did that. Steve may know if he's in here, but I think we just do live stream like we're doing now. But I don't know for sure. It seems like we're still doing the go-to meetings. I'll make a note of that to ask Scott how to, regular subscribers be able to get into the test drive and see if they get a link as well, get an email. All right. Okay, Sam says, how can I find the 1 minute volume for a single stock? Works on any other window. Is it because I'm on a stable version?
Autofilled.
Find the 1 minute volume for a single stock. You talking about for a single stock window? Yeah, what it is, we have a 1 minute volume filter for alerts. We do not offer those as a single stock. Anything that refreshes over time, like a single stock window or a top list, okay? Because what happens is the volume can change during the so many times during the between refreshes. But we can't. That is something we can add to our back office, to your your custom formulas. Right. Okay. Yes, you can't. That has to be added as a custom formula. Let me show you, Sam, and see if you can figure it out. Okay. So when you go to your account management page, all right, and go to your formula editor, all right, and you're going to put in 1 minute volume. Let's see, that shares 1 minute volume. Okay, so if you go into your formula editor, right, and you click on create one. So in other words, let me go back here. Create new. If you go to create new, it's going to take you to this page right here. Okay, so this is the formula for 1 minute volume. Okay, it's basically just brackets, vol1, no spaces, in brackets. In description, you're going to put 1 minute volume. Okay, anybody can do this. All you have to do is go to your account management page and find custom formulas. So once you do that, just put in description 1 minute volume, percentage. This is going to be a percentage. Okay, format these should already be set. You can just leave those alone. So really all you have to do is drop this custom formula in there, 1 minute volume and percentage, and then hit save. There you go. And everybody can do this. You all have access to your account management page. So just go to custom formulas and go to generate, or whatever it said. You'll figure it out. It's create new, boom, and it'll assign the next number that's available. And then you just want to drop it in like that and hit save. And then just remember, you'll have to probably reset your connection in your software. And then what you can do to find them, all you have to do, guys, is go to your configuration and go to search, and they will always be at the bottom of your filters. All your custom formulas, if you just scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see all your custom formulas in there. You're welcome. You're welcome, Sam. I'm glad you're able to do that. Yeah, I mean, Siri, the AI is it's just like any other model right now, and all you got to do is look, kind of at the market and what we've been doing here the last 5 or 6 days. Actually, over the last week in general, she's had some pretty, some pretty impressive numbers. But look at the market. I mean, it just any strategy is going to have a tough time in a market like this. Today's, not bad at all. Nice trade in this AUPH this morning. Now, if you held on to it and didn't take any profits, even though it hit the target, uh, I don't know, not a whole lot to say there. But I can't figure out something's happening to mine. Every time I keep putting in my moderate profit and saving my layout, and it's not sticking. Maybe a bug. I'm going to have to work on that. No, no, good question. I don't. The reason I'm a swing trader now. I was a hardcore day trader for 17 or 18 years. Uh, Trade ideas keeps me too busy now for me to focus on day trading. I just mostly swing trade. That's really all I do. But so yeah, I don't. Now I will look at it, and if I see something that may appeal to my eye on the daily time frame, I've been known to take a few. That's for sure. I'm sorry, yeah, for a swing trade. But yeah, I'm not in here auto trading. I will say this: most of the people that trade the AI well, they kind of discretionary trade it. In other words, they see things that they like, they see things that they don't like, uh, and they kind of discretionary trade it. If you want to auto trade it, I would definitely do it in simulation mode. And what I would do is use it kind of as a black box model. In other words, don't just hook it up and walk away and just let them execute all the trades. Maybe let the AI get you into the trades, and then you're better at managing those trades once she's in them. Only because you see a lot more things that she's going to see, right? Uh, and that goes for a lot of models out there. Uh, y y it's just tough to configure all these stuff to keep an eye on everything that's going on in the market. There's just too many variables. All right, I got about 10 more minutes. That varies, Jamie. As far as it's a good question. Favorite strategies, like I mentioned earlier, this is one of my favorite. This pullback, and I did share that into the chat window. This pullback above 50 SMA long swing. Looking for stocks that have pulled back and maybe reversing. This would be a tough one because it's running right into its moving averages. I'd prefer them to be above at least you know 20 or something like that. I don't like they get below both the 10 and the 20. It's kind of scary. But and then also I look at the market. I'm not interested today because I really think we're gonna possibly see a sell-off in the next few days. I pretty much not in a whole lot at all. But uh, that's a good one that I like. Uh, I like this revenue growth fishing. I mean, I catch some really good moves in this one. It's what it is, and both of these are in the. No, I shared this one. This one's not in there. I will be putting it into when I do when I do another makeover for the Traders Vault. I will add this one in there. But revenue growth fishing, I like to keep an eye on this. It's more of a, I hate to use the term bottom fishing, but it's stocks that are trading in the lower portion of their 30-day range, and a lot of times these things is a great example. You have a stock that's been kind of you know beaten up over the last 3 months, but it's starting to base and go sideways, and you have flattening. You start get flattening moving averages, especially your 10 period and your 20 period. So these can be a great little things I keep an eye on. Now, this hasn't been working very well lately. It seems to me like all the the stocks that are strong are getting stronger. The home builders, the material stocks, the big, internet conglomerates. It seems to me money just keeps going into those, and a lot of this I should say bottom fishing is just not panning out that well. There's another one. See how you got this thing basing? Now the gap down sometimes scare me when they had a just what month ago, 2 months ago had a pretty nasty gap down, but I'd rather them trade down than gap down like that. See if so I find some good ones in there, and what I'll do is something like this, I'll just mark it up, like this STGR. Let's say, well, if this thing gets back above, this 80, I'm going to keep an eye on it. See if it, is possibly, getting above this 50 and coming out of a range. Share the revenue growth fishing. Iris, this one is in the Traders Vault. So yeah, there's no difference in the one I have than the one that's in your Traders Vault. And I did share this one already, Iris, so you do have access. I dropped it in earlier. You're welcome, Jamie. And I don't discount a lot of people. They look at these momentum trades. These can be some of the best swing trades. Only because this could be the start of a very big move. Time and time again, the stocks that have come through here, the first day just doing huge volume and a huge move, and they typically have a follow through for it could be anywhere from 3 days to 3 weeks. So don't discount the fact when you see some of these, especially if they're breaking out of ranges. I would rather see something like this right here get above this prior high right here. Maybe I'll mark it up and see if there's going to be any follow through in the next couple of days from that one. These can be great swing trades. Just not a lot coming through today because it's just kind of an ugly market. Gap down and can't get a bounce. Boy, that was a nice move there. Brian, yeah, we do. They do come with targets. You'll see the AI. We do have targets. It's AUPH. Got the target right there at 1377. So they do come with targets. Okay. Sometimes some of them do. Now some of them they just back tested better to hold. Throughout the whole duration. So some of them may not come. With a target. You can see this IMO right now. That was the call right there this morning at 28.18. You can see the target up here right now at 28.91, only 9 cents away. So another good call there from the AI. See if it can hit that target here in the next few seconds. Yes, Sam. The AI, it hasn't had a bad week at all. I know we had a good one in there yesterday, a really good one. I can't think of the name of it. Yeah, yeah. Thinkorswim's been a problem there, Bern. We're having a few issues. I know we're still working on it, and I think E-Trade's coming along a lot better though, as far as it's just the ability to work with their API. It just seems it's a lot more user friendly. But yeah, you're welcome, Brian. Uh, See, you think you're referring to what are they? IMO? Yeah. What we have, what we have is we have two risk parameters. Okay, they're called conservative and moderate. Conservative is equipped with profit save or uh, uh, what's the other one? Reduce risk. Okay, those are two algos that are built in to the conservative risk model. So what happens is if it gets up a certain percentage and it gives it back, it's going to cut that, whether for a flat or something like that risk. Now we have found, I can tell you this, moderate is a lot better, than conservative as far as all our results in our back office. And so you can say it got out, but really we just kind of we monitor. We do this for you guys, for everybody. We monitor moderate risk and we monitor conservative risk. Okay, so it's up to the individual to decide, what risks they're going to use. We don't, and that's why I say it's man and machine. Okay, Holly is equipped to, find you the good entries, but it's better off if the humans actually manage the risk after the entry. Uh, and in a case like this, Holly flatted it basically for moderate risk, but it finally went up and looks like it may have tagged the target. Nope, got a penny from it. I mean, see, we're not running a hedge fund. Okay, so these are, you have to remember, these are ideas. Okay, Holly, it's just like the name of our company is called Trade Ideas. Okay, these are ideas. It's up to you guys and the traders to, take these ideas and do what you want to, whether you want to pass on them. There's some people that don't even want to trade the AI. They like their own little setups and configurations that they've built. But just, keep in mind, you know don't try to make it a science, the AI. Obviously we do keep all the numbers like a good scientist would do in the back office, but it's not something, that we're telling you here, take this, hook it up, set your risk parameters and walk away. No, it's designed to be basically idea generation for you. VLDR. Well, it's still holding up. You can see I have to go back and look to see what Steve wrote as far as he probably used the 20 period moving average there. Uh, like to see it stay above. Would love to see it stay above the 50 and the 20. But right now, yeah, really, not a whole lot to do right now unless unless you just don't feel good about the market or the trade or anything. It's up to you if you want to get out. But I know Steve gives ideas about when he sends these out about where you would want to stop if it doesn't work. But yeah, no, it's still intact. This is, yeah, I talked about this yesterday in my webinar. Anytime you're looking to do some of this like bottom fishing or stocks that are basing and possibly trying to reverse a trend, a lot of times it's not easy, and you have to be patient. And trust me, I can tell you right now, these things are in a downtrend. Okay, the majority of these, not referring to VLDR, but a lot of these patterns are going to fail. Okay, the key is when they do work, they work really well, and you can bang out some nice percentage profits on something like this. Easy to bang out. 30 to 50%. If you do get your move. All right, one more question here, and then I'm going to have to pass it back to Barry. Do we know why the horizon for? Oh, when the horizon? That's why we never give an ETA. We have so much stuff we're working on all the time, and I know Michael's kind of working on them. We've all submitted maybe a few of our strategies, but yeah, we don't have anything set in stone as far as when the rise. I'm hoping we have something in the next couple of months, but I can't make any promises on that. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to get out of here and give it back to Barry. You guys have a great weekend. Thank you for all the smart questions out there, and I will see you next week, hopefully Thursday and Friday. You're welcome, Sahar. You're welcome, Bern. Let me tell Barry real quick. That I'm ready when he is. Yes, you too, Iris. Have a great one. You're welcome, Asiri. Okay, looks like he is starting now, so I'll be punching out here as soon as he gives me the okay. All right, see you later, guys.
All right. So where I first saw it, I don't know if this is the earliest at 12:03, but otherwise, no, I'm sure it wasn't. If I go back here, I have to go back in time a little bit, find the first occurrence. That might have been it. No, even earlier. The very first time I saw SLCA was in the gap continuation or reverse. I should put a don't repeat on this one so I can just really quickly find. In fact, I think I'll do that for Monday. Come on. There we go. So the first alert on the gap down and go was at 10:50. I'm sorry, 10:16, and the price was 12.62. So a little bit later here, 12:03. Still not bad though. Okay, that's where the first time it was alerted in this window. And that is a scan that I am sharing. Okay, abundant, answer your question. Okay. And again, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. If you want a little more action, this is a pretty good scan. It's going to give you a few more alerts, but what I'm also going to do, I'm going to put the don't repeat version on. So I'm going to duplicate it. And then I am going to put the don't repeat. So I'll have that up and running for the day. Okay, so I'll have that up and running on Monday. So I can kind of quickly go back and see where the first alert was for things. Now, look, in retrospect, I could have chased that one down. I mean, I was literally, I was going a penny by penny by penny by penny trying to get that short. I just couldn't get the fill because, it was down 20%. I don't know how many more people were ahead of me trying to do it. And I finally gave up. Well, I mean, that is the very first alert, Cosmin. I'm not saying that's the first time you have to take a look at. I mean, that's the first time I had an alert on it. Doesn't mean that you just pile in like any other scan that I have. These are ideas, okay? So if seeing that right there and knowing it's an earnings play and then looking left, seeing, okay, where could it get to? Now, originally I thought, well, it may stall at 1156, but I mean, even then though, from 1260, that would have been awesome. It could have stalled at 2 days ago low of the day. It didn't though. So again, all I'm trying to say is that just because we get an alert doesn't mean you pile into it. I think the Pac B also was good. I don't know, probably not as good as the SLCA. Yeah, the Pac B was okay. I mean, it kept moving down. The other one I can't remember. So, I mean, are they all going to be instant winners? Of course not. The BCS. I saw the BCS. BCS was there also. It also came in I'm still in this one. The BCS came on that one also. Okay, still in this one, watching it just kind of inch down and down and down, in at 977. There's no real big support for it. I suppose I could record it. Severe rippage. Yeah, that would be a good one. Ori mentioned before tankers. So here's SB as an example. SB showing up on the options play, 373. However, you'll hear me say this all the time. I don't like it that much because look at all the resistance that's not that far away. On the weekly chart, it looks great. But, you back out a little bit more on that monthly chart. You've got to go back to 2018. Now, that's a long time. But that could stall it right there. So Sam, did Andy answer your question regarding the volume 1% or the volume in 1 minute? Why you can't have it on a single stock window? I saw that question in there. I'm assuming he answered you. All right, you have got a winner, William. And if it takes this out, I mean, your next level here, I mean, looks like there's a ton of resistance right here, around 330 to 338 right in here. But right now, I know for your style of trading, I know you've got a winner. So yeah, it's a custom formula that you have to do. Okay, so he told you about that. Okay. OCGN. Well, I mean, OCGN again is having. For me, it's a tough intraday trader. I mean, it's pretty choppy. Though, I mean, the trend's up. On the 15-minute chart. So if you take fewer shares and try to don't let it get down below that 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. I guess you can stay in the trade. Again, you can sort of throw a lot of this out, because if it's true that the Reddit crew are part of this, you know, I mean, they just keep piling in. But it right now anyway, it is kind of stalling right there right now. Doesn't mean it's going to continue to stall. And it's a high short float too, so 16% or high short float percent, 16% short. So you can see why those guys are in on it. Look at AHT, guys. Look at the volume that is just coming into it. It's a big float, 98 mil. Look at the volume. There's the biggest volume bar of the day by far for AHT. The only issue is that 200-day, 286, that's only 20 cents away or 22 cents away. So, I mean, it could stall right there. That's too bad that's there. Because, that is big volume coming in. For whatever reason. Guys, this has been one of the most relaxing trades I've been in a long time. BCS. It's just drifting down. From now on, all I'm going to do is trade high floats, high float earnings. And only on Fridays, if it's the last day of the month, beginning with the letter A. So we could have August. Somebody's looking up August to see if the Friday is on the 30th. Meanwhile, I haven't looked at the indices for a while. Market has kind of flattened out a bit. So the SPY's down, Dow's down, NAS is still down. Boy, these are just not really wanting to give up. VXRT. There's the high yesterday. In fact, it just showed up in the option scanner. High of yesterday again was 1109 or so, 1107. Actually, only 11. I thought it was over 11. Yeah, only 11. Again, look at that short float percent, 27% short. Wow. So it's not a low float, but 27% of that float is short. Now, again, these numbers only get updated twice a month. And that's sort of industry standard. A lot of controversy about that. You know, why can't those numbers be updated every day? Okay, well, you see where it's stalled. I mean, almost to the penny. You know, I think this is just a penny above that area. Of course, Riley, absolutely. You know, the float and the short float, it should be, but you know, there are movements afoot that don't like that. So anyway, I digress. This was the other one. Let me just see if that showed up on the gap down and continue the Cara. Maybe it didn't. No, I guess it didn't. Showed up here though. So 1385, PBI at 794, SSL, what did it do? SSL 1710. So some interesting little short plays here from my watch list. You know, I always want to call this Lazy Boy, but I know it's not Lazy Boy. It is Lazard. Yeah, definitely a nice ride in the 15. Could be over. Still down for the day. Earnings play. However, there is a cross looking like it's trying to form right there, but that would have been at 43.86. ADMA trying to cross, excuse me, above that 20 SMA. There was a cross here though. That's a nice cross actually. Look at the 5-minute. Look at the cross right there. ADMA crossing over the 20 SMA at 43.05. That was an excellent cross right there. Oh, give me a moment here. Okay, so DPW is not quite tracking BTX. There's BTX is, there's the 15, there's the 15, so it's not quite tracking it. All right, thou shalt not chase, but boy, oh boy, there's even a green bar ignored for SLCA. Green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. And the next low looking left, I mean, if you took this one, if you were fortunate to take this one, the next low looking left looks like around 1070-ish or so. All right, let's see if I can get this one down a little bit further. The BCS, the next, let's see, where is the next low looking left is 949. So we're about 10 cents away from that low right there for BCS. You too, Sam. Have a great weekend. I don't know why, Real. Never fails to crack me up every time you say stupid IB. You must have that scripted or a hotkey. Stupid IB play. Always works, Ija. Always works, okay? Never have a stop. Well, that brings me back. What William posted there, that's how Real used to post. Wow. So what William is saying there with the 1037, 1031, he's saying he's in at 1037 and his stop is at 1031. Which is a pretty tight stop for something that moves like this, but hey, so far so good. I don't even know if this is a Reddit stock, guys. Maybe somebody can confirm. I don't know if it is. I mean, it sort of fits their bill with the short float. Whoa, yeah, ACY. Look at this. Yeah, now that's a third of the volume, over a third of the volume of the day right here for ACY. So it wasn't trading at all, really. It doesn't trade very much. I mean, look at that float. That's pretty scary, Ori. That is a super scary one. Well, yeah, I mean, it made sense just because of that short flow. They love to pile in these ones that, people have shorted people. Yeah, look at the volume reel. I mean, the volume is pouring in. Look at that float. Well, what we have anyway is 1.2 million in the float. Um, this is this crazy one. Yeah. So they announced bankruptcy order. Announces bankruptcy order and receipt of going concern audit opinion. So why don't we just pop right now? That was on the 26th. That's not today, but that is the news from. So be careful. Obviously, that was on the 26th. Yeah, we don't pump in the room, guys. Okay, somebody in the YouTube room was pumping a stock. Any news for the RHE run? I don't know. Let's see. I don't see. It's the classic, yeah. Benzinga. Not seeing any company-specific news to justify the price action. I like how they're doing that. So no, not you, Barrett. No. Not you. It was somebody else. I've already deleted the posts. Yeah, I mean, yeah, crazy low float. I don't see any news. As Benzinga says, no reason other than, hey, traders have got a hold of it. Why, IJ? Is it because you're in it? No, 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 no. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room also. All right, guys. LAUR. Well, maybe it's leaving the 200-day behind. But even if it leaves it behind, I mean, there's a lot of resistance right around 14. So, I mean, it gives you a little bit of room to that next resistance area. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, you seem to follow that a lot. So, in the YouTube room, he looks at stocks that are Amex. Okay, so this is trading Amex and with short sale restrict. So, in other words, when I'm looking at IB, I can't short that. Now, I don't know if that's forever or if shorts will come available, but if it's an Amex stock and like I don't know how many other brokers have RHE as an available short immediately, but he seems to identify stocks that is a reason why they can run. So you should go working for Benzinga then. All right, OCGN. Now this looks like it wants to drop a bit. It's not shortable right now for me. Oh, I see what you. Yeah, this TKC. This is out of yeah Turkey. So it was halted until 12:46. I'm sorry, it got halted at 12:14. I guess because of did they release during market hours? Oops. I'll just. You fall asleep on your keyboard, Cam? On the two? Or are you going to blame a cat? All right, I'm going to just put one more alert for XRT up. Well, I've still got it up here. I may take this one if it breaks up over here. And that's about the 1050 mark, 1055 mark. Yep, you're talking about that candle right there. Yes, it is. 901, 898. So that, yeah, it definitely, excuse me, that next green candle at one point was above it. Excuse me. So this, I mean, this has room. Crazy room. 990 is the next high looking left. Next high looking left on that weekly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there. That sounds like a shaggy dog story, but okay, Barry. And it depends how many years back. It probably made him money. All right, guys. Again, this wild one BTX is popped up about $6. So it's possible he's at the 20th anniversary almost. I wish this weren't here. This is a really interesting looking setup now for Laurel, but it's a Laurier, but I mean, it's just got too much resistance, I think, around that 14 mark. Interesting because it is, it's trying to pop through that 200-day moving average. It is a gap up and go. Oh, okay. Well, that's going back a few years, yeah. Ah, Laurel, man, I wish this weren't here. Really? I didn't know he did that. Okay, well, I can see in this case the AI got out of AUPH almost at the top, so that was a good. There was the target at 1377, and what did it get up to 1384? Yeah, lazy continued. LAZ continued higher here. This is a great comeback for LAZ. I know Sam pointed this out a little earlier. I thought it might stall, but there's a cross right there. Yeah, we talked about the crosses. Yeah, very powerful. 43 there. Even waiting for the 15-minute. 43.80 right there. So it's $1 from here, from there. A couple of dollars from that cross right here. Oh, frustrating again. I was not quite chasing this one down. Could not get a fill because of that stupid uptick rule. And I'm talking about the Casa. They don't mind you chasing stuff up. Go ahead, buy. But you try to short something, they have that uptick rule. Yeah, I'll agree with you. Yeah, this VXRT, you can see exactly where it's stalling, right around that 1058 mark. If it gets into a 1060 bid, this could really start to rip. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that because, it does have that $11 looming from yesterday's high above it. Yeah, that's from Benzinga also. I don't know when did you get Zach can't hear me. So this is what Zach is talking about. Not for this is from my Interactive Brokers. They seem to have news pretty quickly. Without having to pay for a news source that is. They seem to have news pretty quickly. When I say pay for a news source, like Benzinga, what does it cost? $150 a month, something like that. IB seems to have news pretty darn quickly. Yeah, I'm not going to even attempt to guess at what might cause the next big crash. They have been predicting the next great crash since 2008 or 2010 maybe. I'll give it 2010. Well, this is the trade of the week. Gave you an opportunity early in the week, I think on the Tuesday, but other than that, I mean, it's been tough. Tough to predict, try to come up with one stock that can be the trade of the week. As I say, it had a nice run on Tuesday. Man, I mentioned that. I said, if you got into that trade of the week at that 1463 area, even 1480, and it did this, I mean, the sector, there's no real what I call strong sector right now. I shouldn't say that. There may be, but the ones, the hot sectors like the EV plays, the crypto plays, the NFTs, on and on and on. No consistency. So are you talking about if you have an E-Trade account and an Interactive Brokers account? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. JNH, I'm talking to you. I mean, I don't know what the best practice is, but you have to, there's a connected. I don't know if you can be connected. I don't know if you can be connected at the same time with two brokers. Right here. I guess no, because you cannot duplicate this. Maybe the dreamer knows. I'd be very careful, of course, if you're going to connect the two different brokers. But I don't know if you just have to toggle back and forth, connect. I don't know. I don't know if you can be connected at the same time. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, you can obviously do it this way. I don't know if it's the best practice, but I mean, there's a connection. So, you connect to IB, and then you connect to E-Trade. I don't know if you can be, certainly not in this one window, can you be connected both? I don't think so anyway. If you want, you can go to the homepage and ask that question. I just don't know the answer to that. You're the first to ask me something like that. I've had people say, can you be connected to two different accounts within the same broker? But I don't know if there's an easy way other than what I... Yeah, I mean, unless there's a real reason why you want to flip back and forth, but you can always go to the homepage and ask that question. You'll get a little, not a pop-up, but you'll get something like this, question and answers, okay? So your real question, okay, well, I guess the dreamer is saying, yes, you can. So you can have IB, E-Trade, and the simulator running all at the same time within Brokerage Plus. So go to the home page and ask exactly how you do that. Okay? Ask exactly how you do that. But as the dreamer is saying, you got to be awfully careful knowing which account you're in. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Medley Management. It's not shortable. MDLY. Looking maybe to short this one. Looks like it's coming into a bit of resistance. Bit of a parabolic move in the 15s, but it's not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. All right, well there it is showing up right there, but it certainly is. Looks like it is trying to break out. It's not okay. I don't know if I can believe that number. 787,000 shares in the float. Whatever it is, it's going to be very low. The 200-day moving average is at 7, so that's far enough away. You know, whether it keeps going. I mean, right now you're in chase mode, certainly in the 15s. Big spread, 643, 642, 652. And yeah, look at that big red candle on the SPY. What time is it? 1:53. Okay, so another hour or so for the room. But yeah, look at the SPY here. And really notice it, but it's been drifting down in the 2, certainly in the 5, and there's a big red candle on the 15. So, but everything in perspective, guys. I mean, you know, it was an all-time high yesterday. Look at VI. Haven't seen this one for a while. Is it an earnings play? It's on an earnings play. It has earnings next week, May the 4th. At least that's what we have. Should make sure that it's not an earnings play. It doesn't appear that it is an earnings play. And I say that just in case. Sometimes they release earlier, you know, from what our provider gives to us. That is MVIAV. I don't think it's shortable real. MDLY is not shortable, so I'll go ahead and say it for, oh, okay. Stupid IB. Of course, it's a good thing it has not been shortable. Look at this. So it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. I said, you know, this is such a low float. Well, I wonder where this would turn, though. I mean, 669. Well, it did not turn there, that's for sure. Not yet, anyway. I mean, it's with that crazy, stupid low float, though. Yeah, yeah, I see it. It's like, well, I've got it here. I don't know how many that's above it, but it's big volume that came in here for the MDLY. Big volume. You know, that AUPH just, what a great looking 15-minute chart. Just down, 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 down. Great call by Real on the short at around 1352. I mean, you can almost predict it. I mean, this cannot keep doing this. There is the 200-day, but again, it's irrelevant to a lot of us who cannot short this MDLY. But William said there are shorts available at E-Trade. Interesting. So in the trading room, Pat, one of our great traders in the trading room, Real, said that we should be watching AUPH for a short below 1352. And first target would have been the VWAP at 1330, but of course it has continued down. Okay? Stupid IB. No shorts. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting on this BCS. I mean, this has been probably my most patient trade in a long time. From 977 on the short, I'm just watching this. Some volume did come in. I want to see if it continues to pop this up. I might cover some. Haven't covered any yet. Maybe, obviously, William maybe can answer that question regarding shorts for E-Trade. How do you find out ahead of time? Well, I prefer the stock, Bob, but hey, to each his own. All right. William, how do you find out if you have shorts available? Number one, is it like IB? Well, you don't have IB. How do you know whether shorts are available? But how can you check in advance? Like I don't check in advance so much. I mean, if I click on alert, I immediately see whether or not there's shorts available. But how do you do it with E-Trade? There's somebody in our YouTube room that wants to know either. Also. But can you tell whether there are shorts? So you can tell whether there are shorts available. You just don't know how many. Ah, I see. Oh, I see. So there is no way then. What you're saying is how I used to do it when I had my Canadian broker, Questrade. I wouldn't know if there's shorts available. As you say, you put a big dummy order like short one share at 100. The stock's at 30, and it'll tell you immediately. So I don't know if there's I don't think there's a way. That's crazy. E-Trade can't tell you ahead of time whether there are shorts immediately. There must be. Well, huh? That seems crazy to me. So Ija, there doesn't appear to be a way in which you can find out if their shorts are available immediately. VXRT guys. The VXRT does not care about what the SPY is doing right now. Alpha stock for sure. Look at this trend up. Well, can it get through this area right there, the LAUR, the 14? Meanwhile, SLCA, I have to stop looking at it. But you know what? BCS is still giving me a trade here. Let me see if I can induce it down a little bit more. Wow. I mean, the next level here, I mean, the weekly chart. Did anybody take this SLCA short? You know, these are the sort of earnings plays that I love. I mean, it's not that US Silica is not known, but it's certainly not widely known. And you get these earnings plays during earnings season of these, I call them maybe a second or third tier stock. And they do stuff like this. Yeah, but Cam, every broker is different in terms of shares available to short. Every broker is going to be different. Now, the short interest that maybe, but every broker is going to be different regarding the if there are shorts available, and then the number. So I'm not sure what that's really telling you. The other thing is I would doubt if it's going to be any different in terms of the short float percent, because unless they've got some magic that they can get it on a daily basis, which I don't think they can. Well, guys, moment of truth coming for VXRT. As Real says, if it can take out that 11, which it hit yesterday, I mean, who the heck knows where it could go? I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get up to 25, which it did in February, early February. Not trying to throw water on, like, a wet blanket over you, Cam. All right, why not? How is Howell doing? Yeah, not that good. I thought it would do a lot better. I thought it would maybe take this out over here and try to challenge that high, but we'll have to see next week. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just doing some quick math here. I think so. I think that's what I think that is who Zach uses. He always seems to have shorts available. Well, guys, here's the big test. Yes, $11. Can it pop through that? I mean, if it can pop through that, I don't know where the heck this is going. Look at the volume this week. I mean, you would have thought the volume this week would have been the highest volume week. Look at the volume this week. Center point. It looks like center. One of the traders in the other room uses center point. Always seems to have shorts available. Probably not available in Canada. I have no idea. It doesn't really bother me. I mean, you know, there are enough plays out there that I don't get too bent out of shape if I can't short a stock. It is available in Canada. Interesting. I didn't know that. I don't really know too much about them. I am absolutely in Canada, yes. Just watching this VXRT. Is it actually called Center Point? Oh, here we are. Center Point Trading. Let's see. Center Point Securities, right? Online. What do I think about BBTV? This sounds like it's going to be. That can't be the right symbol, Sahar. Can't be the right symbol. BBTV must be something else. Well, Jamie, I mean that, you know, who knows where it'll go after that if it does take out 10 or 11, sorry. I mean, on a monthly basis, oh no, yeah, right over here. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 25, but again, these Reddit guys get a hold of it, 27% on the short float. BBTV? Well, I can't tell you then because when I type in BBTV, I get nothing. So I cannot offer any opinion on it. I don't know where it trades. My guess is that with center point, you probably have to have what, 25 or 30 or $40,000 in there. 30K. Thank you. That's what I thought. So Sahara, I can't help you. I don't know what stock you're talking about. Moment of truth, guys, right here. I mean, $11 or $14 for LAUR. If you're in it. I should ask Zach if he can answer me. Does anybody who can hear me, are you using center point that you can hear me? Okay, so it's an OTC stock. Somebody is telling me that it's a BBTVF. Okay. Is this what you're talking about? I have no idea. I mean, it doesn't I mean, it doesn't trade. Or are you talking about on the Canadian side? If it's a Canadian stock, I have no idea. It's a pink sheet stock here. If it trades in Canada, even though I'm a Canadian, I haven't traded a Canadian stock in a long time. So my question is, if anybody other than Zach, see Zach can't hear me, but is anybody other than Zach using Centerpoint? Because my question then would be, can we establish a link, Centerpoint and Trade Ideas? I'm not talking about Brokers Plus. I'm just talking about establishing a link with our external linking tool. You can do it, Ajit, if you, yeah, but it has to be automated, okay? Watch the video. You have to set up this trading strategy, and that's what you want to do. I know you're going to take this test drive. I don't do it. I won't. I'm not ever going to automate anything, so I don't do it. Otherwise, I'd show you exactly, but I just don't do it. All right, again, the moment of truth, VXRT. The thing about this one is, I mean, it can just break right through just like that if you get the volume. Though the only thing is, it's not a low float. So 117 million. So this is not a low float. So Ajit, just very, very quickly, okay? Very, very quickly. When you set up your trading strategy, you have to pick order details. You're going to have to go in with based on a stop loss, okay? Risk a certain amount of money, okay? Whatever that risk is going to be. And then in risk management, you have to pick a stop loss. And so you can go, so that's how you establish your stop loss. And then in the order details, you have your limit offset that you're going to use. You know, how far outside are you willing to take the trade? You know, because again, most trades you will not be able to get, even on an automated basis, you will not be able to get the trade right at the penny. Because, first of all, you might get an alert at 1098, okay? Right now the ask is at 1099. So if you put a zero offset in, you'll never get a fill. As an example, if that makes sense to you. I mean, I'm not sure how long you have been trading, but you know that's advanced stuff. Ay, 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 look at BCOV. Definitely a real game being played right at $11, guys, on the VXRT. I mean, it hit exactly the high of yesterday. Exactly the high of yesterday. Look at that, 11.11. So that's why I have my another alert set up here. There, I got it right. There we go. I don't know if Zach can see that, but Really? I wish Zach could hear me. He's old school. All right, guys, it is getting close to the end of the week. I'm going to say around 3 o'clock, okay? Because maybe I'll take off a little earlier. All right, guys, so before we go, or before I take off, one last glimpse at some of the links. All right, so the test drive. So click on the test drive link. You want to try out Trade Ideas for 10 trading days, starting May the 10th to May 21st. That is 10 trading days. It'll cost you $8.99. We don't have free trials. This is about as close as you're going to get. And again, it's up to 10 trading days, all right? I want to reiterate that. If you can't start on the 10th, but you can start on the 11th and go to the 21st, that'll be 9 days, okay? So it is not 10 days from whenever you can start. If you have our standard service and you want to upgrade for those 2 weeks to premium, you can do so. Same thing, $8.99. Oops. So what you're doing here is you're pre-registering, okay? So you won't get any live data until the 10th, but you'll have access to the program about, give it an hour after the market closes. That'll be next Friday. So about an hour after the market closes next Friday. So you'll have access to the program for the balance of Friday and of course Saturday and Sunday. And if you do that, I would really recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, take a look at the 20 lessons and get really prepared for the test drive. Take it seriously. We only do this probably only twice a year now. So the other thing is, once the test drive is over, it's over. What I mean by that is there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, don't worry about that. There will be a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription automatically, okay? So that's the test drive information. Other information? A lot of information on my homepage. And again, my recommendation is that you save my homepage link. Okay, there's my homepage link down here. And you click on it, this is what you'll see. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using this promo code, Barry4Alpha, 15% off. First month only or the entire year. Get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do every day. All the scans I'm sharing. Look at that, SLCA. All the scans I'm sharing, including my layout, is right here. That's the layout that you see. If you have your own layout though, and all you want to do is maybe take a look at some of the other scans that I've created. This is why I've created the individual scans also. more than what you just see on my screen. A lot of other scans, including these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. More information here, education section, including the 20 lessons. You take the lessons, what is a top list, building one, alert windows, creating them, introduction to the AI, Holly. Okay, so a lot of information there. Daily support sessions from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. Daily webinars. I'm racing through this because, save the link. You can look at all this later on. Look at VXRT, guys. This could be it. Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time, the daily webinars. Sign up for them all right there. Educational videos right here. And the Back to Basics series. Starting off with what is a stock? Okay, 36 little videos. Trading ebooks are here. Software does not auto-update, no. But you can always tell. There's talk about doing that, but there's some of our customers don't want that. So this could be it, guys. You can always tell if you can just go to tools from our toolbar. I have found this out. Tools from our toolbar. Click on options and click on upgrade, and it'll tell you whether or not you're at the latest level. Okay. Scalp of the day. I don't know, make that suggestion, Siri. You can go to info@trade-ideas.com and you can make that suggestion if you want. Oops, sorry, not the right address. Like, don't ask me, I'm I'm not the developer. Well, at some point, I'm going to get rid of this BCS short, but I want to see if there's one more little leg down. All right, why do I have EDR here? EDR, oh, this was an IPO from yesterday. Okay, EDR, so it just took out yesterday's high. EDR. Just took out yesterday's high, which was what, 28.47. This is an IPO from yesterday. Ha, yeah, as I say, it's either going to 0 or 10,000. It's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, when you think about it, it's just a number. It's just a penny. You know, I mean, that's all it is. And yet, it's people ask me all the time, when I'm looking left, do I include the topping tails or the bottoming tails if I'm looking at short? And the answer is yes. I mean, it's amazing how often it works like this. Yeah, and I shouldn't say it. I should not say that. I'm talking GME. I mean, somebody said that on their, well, somebody posted that it's showing an algo short warning for it. Yeah, I mean, this is just a total gamble for me. Yeah, you're no. Now I know what you're. Yeah, that was amazing, wasn't it? The flash crash. That was absolutely. If we were trading then, at least I was trading then. You'd see literally, yeah, like a $50 stock going down to like nothing. Yeah. You know, that day may be. That's when I started with Trade Ideas or a subscription with Trade Ideas. That was in May of 2010. It may not have been that day, but that was one from yesterday. Never seen that one before. Had earnings yesterday, WVVI. I'm sorry, did not have earnings yesterday. We couldn't. I don't think we could figure out why it did what it did. See, Aja, now you got me looking to see if it's an Amex stock, but it is not. Here's another one, guys. This is another IPO from yesterday, above the high. What was that other one we just popped up? The END. Well, the spread actually tightened up. 1320, 1321, WVVI. That's about the best spread I've seen in that stock. They're trying to induce us to buy it. And then it just went down. 1311, 1320. All right, Nimble, you said you were leaving. You're doing your thing again, okay? I know you think you're being funny, but maybe this is not the right room for you. I don't know. You know, guys, I swear that on the WVVI, they did that on purpose. They put the spread at a penny, and it's usually never at a penny. Whoever they are, they put the spread at a penny to get people to buy it because, like me, I'm looking at the spread thinking, okay, the spread's tightened up. I didn't trust it though at all. And then they yanked the bid, and look what's happened. So again, this is what I was talking about. This was 1320, 1321. Rarely have I seen the spread that tight on this stock. So that could have got people to buy at 1321, with that's obviously a tight 1 cent spread. And then they just yanked it. Moment, please. They can be, Jamie. All right, guys, we are starting to wrap this week up. Oh, I appreciate that, Rob. Yeah, look at that 15-minute, a lot smoother on the 15 as opposed to the 2-minute chart. Look at that 15-minute on LAUR. And again, this is the big area. I mean, I'm not in this one. I didn't want to take it. I didn't think that my had enough room for it to move. But, you know, from the options play, it was at 13.69, so 20 cents. I do enjoy it. Obviously, I enjoy it, Rob. I mean, I wouldn't do it unless I enjoyed it. I mean, it does cut into my trading, but that's okay. You know, I do enough trading that I'm satisfied. Yeah, it kept going. I kept thinking a tremendous cross right there. I mean, that is about as great a cross as you can see. Nothing's in the way of it. You want to print this out if you're looking for ideas on crosses. What we're talking about, the 80 MA crossing over the 20 SMA. Doesn't matter the time frame. This happens to be on a 15-minute chart, so it becomes a little more solid. It did cross on the 5-minute chart earlier. Right there, you print this one out. So you had two opportunities: 43.03 on the 5-minute chart, and 43.88, 43.90ish or so on the 15-minute chart. Look at these crosses. I like this one because I mean it's so. Just print this out, guys. That's an example of a cross, an 80 MA crossing above the 20 SMA, and that can set up a long opportunity. I don't talk about it that much anymore because I can't pay attention to them as much as I would like to. But when you see it so dramatically like that, when I say dramatically, like it's not covered up at all. I mean, there are no candles covering it up, nothing. It's about as smooth as you're going to get. And of course, the reverse is true. You know, the 80 MA crossing down below the 20 SMA can set up a short opportunity. Cannot scan for it, no. This is being worked on. It's being worked on. You know, I was trying to, that's why if you guys heard me talk about a test server a couple of weeks ago, but I can't, so it is being worked on as we speak. Triple I, what the heck are you? I don't think I've ever seen this one before. 30 million in the float. Yeah, another week in the books, exactly. 7 minutes to go, guys. So, any last week questions? Last end of the month questions? April 30th. Weather is warming up everywhere. I hope. Anyway, I know it is here. Yeah, there probably will not be any short plays there. A lot of people just don't want to short. So I don't know how that is picked. I know what you're talking about on our homepage. I don't pay any attention to it, but I don't know how it's picked. Let me just go to the home. I want to go to the home page and just take a look. Let's see what we have today. Okay, well, these were active stocks. I mean, I'll be honest, I have no idea who is inputting this. But I see like TEDU and Cry and Pixie, and looks like it's over and over again. ARQT, I don't think I ever saw that one today. ARQT, what did it do? Okay. Yeah, but nothing. Yeah, of course, you can always short these ones. They are in play, in theory, in play for the day. Yes. I don't know who actually inputs it. I certainly don't. Okay, James, this is what I would do. I'm going to put my home. There's somebody from our YouTube room asking about very new to trading. Do you help learn about trading? Okay, so what I want to do is this. I'm going to put my homepage link in. Okay, so when you click on that link, this is what you're going to see. And you can save the link, okay? So you can take a look at it all later on. There is an education section right here. If you click on the education section and you scroll down, I think this will help you. Keep scrolling down. I mean, we do have some educational videos, but I think this is probably, if you really are brand new, take a look at this Back to Basics. Michael Noss, who works at Trade Ideas, literally with his wife, who knew nothing about trading, just like I said, sits down with his wife that has never placed a trade or investment before and teaches her how to trade. Okay? Starting off with what is a stock. So I think that'll probably help you. Okay? Well, we have, yeah. Listen, this is what I would do. I mean, we do have the crosses, okay, but to scan for, we don't have the EMA though. So you could try with the SMA crosses. You're looking for a 5 minute, and the big complaint always is that by the time you see the cross, it could already have crossed too much. So the price could be away from that cross. So you can try doing things like this. I haven't looked at this for a long time. So for instance, let's say you want a 5 minute cross. Try it the different periods. Try it at the 2 minute. So it might be a little bit early, but it might be approaching that 5 minute cross as an example. Now again, it's not the ADMA, and it's not the You know, we can go the 8 SMA crossing the 20 SMA. You just can't do the 8 EMA. Not on these ones here. But these are real-time alerts. But it requires that the candle closes. Now, a lot of times that doesn't matter. And if, you know, let's take a look at LAZ again. Let's take a look at it on the 5-minute. So there was the cross at 43.03. Yeah, I mean, you may have got it around 43.20, 27. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Not ideal, but the way it ran it, that wouldn't have mattered, obviously. Okay. The reason we did this is because, you know, you get a cross up, cross down, cross up, cross down. So we thought, okay, let's wait for the candle to close to ensure that the cross has taken place. I agree, Jamie. Well, we can't do it. See, the custom formulas are all filters, so they're not real-time alerts. Roberto. Okay, so that's one issue right there. The other issue is, yeah, so they're filters, not alerts. What we're looking for is a real-time alert on the cross. You know, the cross right there, we want the real-time alert at 43.90. Now, and I've been saying this for a long time, it is happening. On the 2-minute, it's being experimented with. I actually had access to it for a while, but there's some bugs in it. And so that's what we're trying to iron out to get the 8 EMA, 20 SMA cross on the 2-minute chart. Once we're convinced that it's working the way we want to, then we will, within certain limitations, open it up to everybody. You too, Bernd. Yeah, it'll be ready Monday, exactly. Well, Michael Noss is doing it. I mean, he's the one who is putting it together. All right, everybody. I think that is it. I don't see any other questions. Let me just go to the off topic, see if there are any other questions. No, I don't see any other questions. Yeah, you can ask him, Roberto. You can ask him. It'll be completely off topic, but all right, guys. I don't see any other questions. So, well, again, end of another fun week in the room, fun week in the market. We're still in earnings season. Maybe all the big guys have released, but then we get the ones like the Silicas, the SLCAs, you know, that are, I call second or third tiers, not as widely known, but give us great setup. So I think we're going to have another maybe 2 or 3 weeks like that, and then after that, earnings season is kind of over. Not really, James. In terms of a contact number, I mean, the contact number is really just for account issues. Okay, it's very difficult to talk to somebody on the phone regarding scans and things like that. That's why they like to do it. Sometimes they'll look at your screen. They'll literally take over your unit, do a share or something like that. Okay, so it's just not conducive to phoning. It's getting near that time. You're completely right, Mr. D. All right, everybody, that's it. I'm done. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we will see you. We will see you 9 o'clock Monday morning. Nice to hear, Jamie.